lighting is not on. Apologies for the long wait. Had some things... Oh my god, everything is going wrong. Okay. Hopefully everything's alright now. Hopefully everything's fine. I was having some delays just because I needed to scarf down some food before stream, and then that evidently took longer than expected, and overall things were just taking longer than expected, but I'm here now. And I'm ready to get into this. Today very well might be the finale. So, let's get into this. Evidently not a lot of people here, but so, for the time being, I am here for the VOD watchers. Basically, though I haven't done like a thorough look through of every Pokemon and everything, we have a bit of a circumstance, unfortunate circumstance on our hands here for this initial bit. Because, we have no Pokemon who can fly. We have no Pokemon who can learn fly. Which means we have to walk or swim everywhere. That's not that big a deal for getting to Cinnabar, as we can just swim along the way here. And that is completely fine. But it would be very useful to get a flying type so that we can just sort of hop around and pick up any remaining encounters we want, and that way we don't need to just walk everywhere. Which, because of that, I think I've figured out the best sort of avenue for us to take, which is, while we're here, we can just pick up an encounter on Route 19, nice and simple, nice and easy. We can just do that first. Then we'll make our way up Route 14, 13, and 12. And then from there, we'll want to basically either go up to Lavender Town or over to Vermilion and basically make our way up to Cerulean, where we can pick up the bike, because we forgot to do that earlier. Then we can dip back down through Celadon to Route 17, because we haven't picked up that encounter, and that encounter should, guaranteed or almost guaranteed, be Doduo, the bane of our Safari Zone existence. And if we can manage to catch that, that is basically one of our last chances to get a Pokemon with Fly, or at least that can learn Fly. And then from there, we can just either fly back to Fuchsia or to Pallet Town and make our way to Cinnabar, as well as just picking up encounters at places like the power plant. So I think that's what we're going to open with, and we shall go from there. Alright. Yeah. Luckily, once we get down to it, for the Cinnabar gym, things should go pretty well for us, as we have water types and ground types and all that kind of stuff. Alright. Want to make sure... Wait, no, not wanting to serve. Wanting to fish. That's what we want, but just wanting to make sure we have someone in front who's a good person for it. Yeah, grass is our best bet. Alright. Da-da. Let's see what we get. The most likely option here is Gyarados. Well, Horsey is the most likely option, but we already have a Horsey, so Gyarados is the most likely option due to Dupe's Claws. But there is a possibility that we get a Psyduck here, I believe. Which could be interesting. Realistically, Gyarados is the more valuable, I think, of those, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. To whoever just arrived, hello, how you doing? Oh, Pokelove. Oh, well, don't worry about being late. I was late to my own stream. I basically just had some things delaying me, so we're only really just getting started. I basically just was explaining the plan that I have to VOD watchers in the future, So I'm currently fishing for a new encounter here, just below Fuchsia. But after that, basically, we're in a sort of funny spot of where, though we could just head straight down this path, surfing our way through the Seafoam Isles and to Cinnabar Island for the next gym, I want to pick up a few other encounters now that we're more free. God, no nibbles. Now that we're more free to sort of explore the map with surf and stuff. But I was realizing none of our living Pokemon can learn Fly. So we're gonna have to sort of go on an adventure to pick up a Pokemon that can learn Fly, and then once that's done, we can just sort of hop around the map and then make it. There's a Gyarados. Okay, let's hope we can catch this. But once we have a Pokemon who can fly, then we can hop around, pick up some encounters, and then get onto the gyms. Alright. Honestly, I'm gonna go Poison Powder. It's a little riskier for catching, but I also just don't want to actually attack with this much of a level gap, if I can help it. So I'm going to just sort of poison it and start just throwing balls, I think. Because I think pretty much anything would kill. I'm gonna start just with the Pokeballs, and then go from there. Do we get in one? Nope. Of course a Gyarados has to be annoying. Alright, but it is getting shipped down, which is good. We should probably pick up a few more Pokeballs while we're in Fuchsia, actually. Alright. There we go. We got the Gyarados. I was thinking about something else, so I did not react. Apologies. What? Okay, first name of the stream. It's a Gyarados. Yamu. There it is. We got Yamu. Realistically, Gyarados is real solid as an encounter there. But I'm gonna stick to our good old starter of Skemch for as long as I can for our water type. I checked ahead of time. Gyarados cannot learn Fly in this version at the very least. So that's not a thing that we can handle. But basically, now, as I was sort of saying, we're going to be making our way to somewhere where we can catch a flying type, and based on some, like, preliminary, just sort of surface-level searching of places we haven't caught Pokemon, there is, I think, one place, really, that we can go to get a flying type that we have not caught anything on yet. And it is none other than the, like, cycling road. But to do that, though we were close by, we need to get the bike, because I forgot to pick that up way earlier in the game. So we're basically looping back around all the way to Cerulean, so that from there we can get the bike, and then we can make our way to all the places we need to be. It is a bit of a rough, like, start. I probably would have if I had realized how sort of, like, rough our navigation was going to be. If I had realized that ahead of time, I probably would have just done it off-stream. But, oh well. It is... Oh, okay. We have not fought this person. Yeah, no, if we lose that encounter, that's going to be rough. I think realistically, thanks to Dupe's Claws... well, no, not thanks to any claws. I think realistically, because we can just pick to catch something we've caught before if we run into it, at least that's the interpretation of Dupe's Claws I'm using, I think there are a couple routes that we have the chance again on, but we're running out. We are getting close to the end of the game. Let's throw the rock in. But, funnily enough, the flying type that we're going to be able to get that is, like, almost guaranteed on the cycling path is none other than, of course, Zybit misses, classic Zybit, is none other than Doduo, the one that has been annoyingly elusive, because I was dumb on the one route and just killed the thing, and then on Safari Zone, it just showed up and then we didn't catch it. So, here's to hoping we get it this time, but third time's the charm, I'm hoping. Oh, yeah. Anyways, Zybit with rollout should be able to sweep this entire team, given the just level difference. Hopefully we don't trigger any other encounters on the way, because we avoided most of these, so hopefully we can keep avoiding them. But yeah, once all of this is sorted out, though, hopefully we won't have to walk everywhere. We'll be able to pick up an encounter at the power plant, which should net us an electric type. We have the Gorb, that's right, their name. It's been 2 weeks, I've forgotten a few names. They'll come back to me, though. But we have the Gorb, which has done work, but we'll be able to also pick up another electric type there. And then, of course, we get paralyzed. And then, other than that, just thinking about it, it's pretty much the water routes, and then the Sea Foam Isles, and then from there... God damn it. Okay. And then from there we have the Pokemon Mansion, which I think basically is a wheezing. I think that's just what we're gonna end up with. But then we get to the funny bit of, if you have not played this version of things, if you have not played the Gen 3 remakes of Gen 1, at least recently, I would remind, after we beat the 7th gym, we get to go to the Sevi Isles. Well, islands, rather. I keep saying isles. Which has a handful of additional encounters for us. A few that we can't get anywhere else, actually. At least as far as I know. I know it's possible we'll be able to pick up a Ponyta while we're out there. I think we might be able to get... I forget exactly what's there, but it's a few extra encounters for us, at the very least. Which should be nice. That's sort of where our main last sweep is gonna be before we head down Victory Road, basically. There we go. Luckily, we're super well leveled, so these fights are nothing. They're just a little bit of a time loss. How many of these people did we manage to avoid, and how many of them are gonna quick turn? Oh boy. At least it's a Fisher, and at least they only have 2, and at least one of them's a Magikarp. But this is what we're hoping to avoid once we can fly. Because there's a lot of these folks that we just avoided. Yeah. Realistically, we don't have, like, a ton of, like, major encounters to get at this point. It's really just the power plant for another electric type. The Sevi Islands encounters, which, like, the main standout is Ponyta, I think. If I just am remembering correctly. And then a Coughing, in all likelihood, from the Pokemon Mansion. And then... I'm trying to think of what else. I can't think of too much else that is, like, particularly notable. Obviously, we're really, like, hoping to be able to get the Doduo. But other than that... Oh, we might be able to get a Seal and therefore a Dugong from the, like, Seafoam Isles or whatever it's called. That, I think, is sort of like the standout encounter of that place. Yeah, we don't need to go through the tunnels. In fact, we're trying to get to Cerulean, so that's not the way. Yeah. Once this is sorted out, though, this should go pretty smoothly, all things considered. I don't think the 7th gym will be much of a threat, given that we have multiple water types and ground types against a fire-type gym. We don't have someone who learned to cut recently, okay. And then Giovanni shouldn't be much of an issue either, because, once again, we have water types. That is a very good... Why was I talking to her? It is a very good question how Doduo flies. I honestly do not know, but it is a flying type, and I'm pretty sure they can learn fly. I hope they can. I'm pretty sure they can. I thought I checked, but now I'm second-guessing myself. Anyways, we have the bike now. And we can set that to be what we're registered on. And now we can make our way down. God, in trying to think of how Doduo flies, I just am imagining it flapping its heads like wings. It's such a deranged image. Alright. Should be able to get there pretty quick, though, and should be able to avoid most, if not all, of the trainers on the way. Really just depends on, like, this one group of bikers, I'm pretty sure. Alrighty. Nearly there. Okay, so we have to be very careful here. We gotta wait for this guy to turn up, if he ever does. Okay, never mind, I'm just gonna go there. And now we just need to pick our timing very carefully here, because we have a lot of guys. There we go. Okay, we made it past them, and now we're on Route 17, and this is the patch of grass we are going back and forth between. Okay, there's a flying type, but we already have 2 dead Fearos. Gonna aim for the non-duplicate, based on Dupe's Claws as usual. Oh! God damn it, Eradicate! Anyways, we already have a Rattata, and I count evolutionary lines for Dupe's Claws. Just cruel to see what Runkus could have been. Pretty sure Doduo is a pretty high... Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alright, level 26. I don't know how much it can survive, so I'm just gonna do the poison powder tactic, unless I miss. Come on, we can do this. We can catch one... It's already happening. It's already begun. Come on, we can catch one Pokemon, can't we? What are the chances of that? That is some insane odds. 5 times! Was that 5? Or was it 4? Either way, insane. We're gonna need to be... Yeah, that was 5 times. Can we finally... That is worrying. Alright. Now that it's poisoned, and it won't stop being poisoned, I'm gonna pivot to something tanky so that we can just be safe and then throw balls. But Doduo actually isn't that bad a Pokemon, all things considered as well. Tri-Attack is pretty nice. Once again, starting with Pokeballs, don't want to waste resources if we can avoid it. First try? There we go! Alright, what to name our little bird? counting out how many characters we can have to see what I can pull off. Alright, I'm gonna name it something that is sort of predictive of once it evolves, because we can literally just level up and it'll evolve. Do we have enough for this? Okay, we're gonna have to sort of adapt, but it's fine, I'll work with it. Oh, wait. Did it slightly wrong. Oh, we can't do the and symbol? It's tragic. Alright, hip chip hip. There we have it. That is really funny. Alright, oh god, okay. Alright, now we just need to get out of this route and to a center so that we can get our little guy out of the box and then teach him fly. Time to be very careful, because there's some trainers here. Alright, we're going back up to avoid this guy. Flying with a Jigglypuff is insane. Okay, is this the place to avoid all the encounters? It seems like it. Good, good. Trying to be as careful as I can be. Alright. I think we've made it. There we are. Alright, the loop has been completed. And now for the moment of proof. Getting to the Pokemon Center and teaching our little guys fly. I'll box Zohe for the time being. Realistically, Jip Kip Ip is just for fly purposes, not much else. We're probably not going to bring them into a lot of fights. We need the TM box. Fly. There it is. We have a Pokemon who can fly, and we shall protect them with our lives. Okay. Tri-Attack is really solid. Rage is a wacky one. Fury Attack I just am not fond of, so we'll get rid of that. Alright. There we have it. We have a flying Pokemon now. Now from here, actually I want to heal my Pokemon. They got a little banged up on the way. Okay. Now, for the encounter pickup time. Let's... Where to go? Let's go to the power plant. Go, my wingless bird, fly me away. Alright. And now... we should be good to catch Pokemon, even if it's... well, even with it being an electric type. We've already caught on this route, so we can just sort of swim through this, not worrying. Hello, Tentacool, the default surfing encounter in this gen. We'll probably pick one up at some point, but not right now, because this is not a route we've already done. Well, it's a route we've already done before. But now we enter the power plant, and we see what we get. We realistically can get a Pikachu, I think a Magnemite, or an Electabuzz. Anyways, it's really neat that this place actually has its own theme, because very much like an optional out-of-the-way place. What do we get? Alright, we can skip that. Dupe's Claws. We already have the Gorb. There's also just some good items in here, so I'm gonna sort of wander about. Magnemite it is! A Steel type! Electric Steel. Okay. Here's to hoping we can actually do something. Yeah, the Poison Power strat works. But it's a Steel type. What am I doing? I literally was just saying it's a Steel type. Funspore it is. Okay. I'm honestly just gonna throw balls. It's safer than trying to attack. Mainly as a Steel type, I could use normal type moves against it, as long as they're not too high power, but the level difference is huge. And we can just get it in one like that. There we have it. A little guy. Nebas. Alright, so that's that. There are more items in here, but seeing as we're a no items run for encounters, realistically, it's not worth going through, especially because a lot of the items you find are fake items. And there's a Pikachu that we could have gotten. Oh well. I think Electric Steel is a good combo, though. Also, I think Magnemite might have a Levitate as their ability, so that's also just nice for, like, tight coverage purposes. Realistically, we could actually bring them, if we really wanted, into the ground-type gym, but that's not a good idea. Anyways, why am I surfing? We can just fly to our next location. So from there, we've gotten sort of the main standout one I was thinking of. Alright. I think we honestly now are just fine to sort of swim over. The flying is more than anything just for overall convenience. And making sure we don't get stuck in the Sevi Islands accidentally. Actually, whatever. I know how to deal with the Sevi Islands. Alright, so we've already caught something by fishing on this route at the start of the stream. But, actually, have I bought any repels? Because that's going to be really convenient for swim routes that we've already been on. Yes, we have a few. Alrighty. Hopefully we can avoid all of these encounters. Most of them are pretty easy to get past. Alright, we've already hit the wall, and now we're on to Route 20, a route that we haven't caught anything on. Tentacool is like the surf option. We've caught a Gyarados, so Magikarp and Gyarados are not an option. So it's basically either we go find where the good rod is and then come back here, which sounds lame, to pick up a Krabby, or we get a Tentacool, or we Super Rod until we get the low chance encounter of a Psyduck. Which, given that we can get a Tentacool in a lot of places, I'm tempted to fish for the Psyduck. So I think I'll do that. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Oh, thank you, thank you. The artwork was hastily done right before stream, I will admit. But I've been having fun with just sort of doing slightly more different thumbnails for these streams, because it originally was just I didn't really know what to do for the thumbnails, because it's not like the Pokemon games have the same, like, perfect for the thing I'm covering art in the same way that the, like, Poyoverse games do, where most of the streams I can just slap the art of what the quest is that I'm playing or something. Where for Pokemon, it's like the box art and like some Pokemon I could throw on, but it feels sort of lame to just slap together some PNGs of random different Pokemon. So I decided to do some of my sort of staple shitty mouse drawings. And it has resulted in what the Pokemon ones have been. But I enjoy it. I find it sort of a fun thing to do before streams sometimes. Part of me is tempted to try to do it on more things, but it does take time. Even if I'm not putting too much care into making it look great, it does take time, and doing that for every stream or thumbnail would just be like a bit much. Yes, no, I drew it with mouse. I was using a lot of reference imagery. I was not going off of nothing. Yeah, no, Hrumkus and, Rumpkus and Hrompt are in there. I was going to put one or two more of our, lost Pokemon that, like, were some of the standouts, but I just ran out of time before the stream, honestly. I didn't get started on it quick enough, so I just sort of threw the two of them in. Things are being difficult and not letting us get the Psyduck easily. I'm gonna double check as we just are fishing here that I am right and we can catch one here. Yeah, we can catch a Psyduck. It is a 1% chance. Okay. I'm gonna keep at it for a little bit, but if it takes too long, I'm just gonna accept that we're catching a tentacle. But yeah, you know, for the thumbnails though, the wait, no, we already have a Horsey, and that's just the evolution. I didn't realize. Wait a minute. Huh. According to the thing I'm looking at, that is not a possible encounter. What? How did we run into a Seadra? Yeah, no, this is the true gotcha. Though we can go at it forever, it's that 1%. It's slightly better chances than pulling a 5-star just on a single pull. Oh boy. Like I said, I'm not committed to just doing this for however long it takes. I'll say if, like, by 8, at least for where I'm at, by the hour, I'll say, if we haven't caught it, I'll just catch a tentacle. Assuming we can even get a nibble. But, what I was gonna say about the thumbnails, though, before I got interrupted by the impossible Seadra encounter, was just that, though I haven't, like, done a ton with it for my channel, I do sort of like the idea of having some, like, little bits of art, in random places for my videos or thumbnails or whatever, because, I was raised in a family of artists, so, art is a big thing for me, and though it's more of just sort of a hobby of mine, and I don't do digital, like, drawing much, it's just a sort of fun thing to do. I enjoy it. It's part of who I am, and, also just the sort of, like, shitty, drawn with a mouse style that I have sort of semi-developed, slash are still developing, is sort of just funny to me. I have fun with it. But, you know. Okay. It's being elusive. Okay. Another try. Keep getting the Gyarados. Even if we can't get the Psyduck here, I'm pretty sure some other spots have some good chances of it. Not that I'm, like, so dead set on getting a Psyduck, it's just, like, if we can spread out our encounters, it's nice, get as many things as we can that are, like, different. But while we're just sort of on the hunt, I'm going to check what the Seafoam Islands has in store, because I know that we can catch a seal there, among other things, but I don't remember all of the things. Yeah, no, Psyduck is so iconic from the anime. God, I love Psyduck in the show. There's some honestly very iconic Pokemon in the show that just, like, have random character aspects that just no other, like, part of media acknowledges or, like, does anything with. Like, the Psyduck thing of, like, having a headache, makes them, you know, stronger psychically or whatever, which is really funny. Okay, so just looking at things, we realistically don't need to be that concerned about getting the Psyduck here, because the Seafoam Islands, where we literally are just, like, right next to, on the, like, first floor, the most likely encounter is a Psyduck. The main thing is that we also could get our hands on a seal, as I've mentioned. And there might be another place that we can get a seal, but I can't think of it right now. Maybe there? There's one thought I'm having. Oh yeah, Detective Pikachu. I watched Detective Pikachu, not when it came out, but, like, at some point when it came to streaming. But there's so much of it I don't remember. It was a very odd movie, but I did enjoy it. Still just getting the Horsies. The thing that I always remember as just being the most insane part of Detective Pikachu, other than just, you know, Ryan Reynolds playing Pikachu, is the fucking Mr. Mime interrogation. That is very silly of a scene. Once again, the impossible Seadra encounter. I don't understand how that works. It based on just, like, what I'm looking at, which is Poke Earth, on Cerebi.net, it is not listed as an option. Alright, Pokemon on the hook again. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's really any other place that we can catch a seal. Oh yeah, the Cubone Teaser God. Alright. But yeah, so, like I said, in a few minutes here I'll give up, but you never know, we might get it. We might get that, streamer luck pulling the 5-star equivalent moment. I will say I do find it, just like in talking about things like Detective Pikachu and the anime, I do find it very interesting how the tone and vibe of all of the different pieces of Pokemon media vary so much. Like, the games versus the anime versus the manga versus the Detective Pikachu movie versus some of the, like, shorter animated stuff they've done, like Pokemon Origins, stuff like that. Just everything has a different vibe. All of it is different. That would fucking suck. I am gonna double check that real quick, just to make sure. You bring up a good point. But I'm pretty sure it's just on the Super Rod, and I'm pretty sure I have the Super Rod equipped. Yeah, the Super Rod is what we want. And it's the Super Rod that we have. It is a 1% chance, after all, so the chance is low. I think, basically, we're probably getting one more chance at this before the hour, and then I will call it there. Okay, we might be able to get two. Alright, not this one. This will be my last attempt before I just give up and go to the just surf option of Tentacool. There it is. Is it what we want? Nope, just a horsey. Okay. Time to just catch a Tentacool. That is fine. Alright, time to just surf back and forth a little bit. Can't even catch the Pokemon via surfing, right? Alright, we're fighting a trainer first. Yeah, the world building of the anime is fucking insane, I have to admit. Like, especially for just the original, like, Kanto animated stuff. Like, they clearly were still figuring out what the world of Pokemon looks like, because Slash, they just didn't care about, like, the world making sense, because there are so many points where real-world animals are referenced. And there's also just some really weird shit that Pokemon do. Like, there's a point where there's a ghost. There's an episode where there is a ghost, which is a Ghastly, that can talk and has the power to shapeshift and just turns into things to perfectly counter any of the Pokemon fighting it. And they turn into a normal-ass mongoose at one point, I think to fight, like, Ekans or something. But it is just so wild. Yeah, no. The fact that I have grass out makes any of these surfers and, like, swimmers just a non-threat. But, like, there's some wild shit like that in the anime, which I find very funny. And then just like, Jesus Christ, this is a level 40 Tentacool. What? Oh, wait, this is a poison type. Why am I doing poison powder? I need to remember to not use poison powder against the literally only two types that it can't be poisoned. But, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. God, I've said this on multiple streams of this, but I need to read the manga. It sounds so interesting. Yeah. The poison immunity is something that makes a lot of sense to me. I just always forget about it. Alright, I'm just gonna throw a ball so that we hopefully don't need to just chip down. But of course, because it's level 40, it's gonna be different. Alright. Unfortunately, don't have great damage options for here. Let's see what Acid does. It's not great, because it's a poison type, but That is better damage than Absorb. Realistically, we can do one more of those, and then... Yeah, that's about right. Alright, we're on to the Great Balls. I forgot to buy more balls in any of the cities. We'll do that once we get to Cinnabar. There we go. Okay, now I need to figure out what to name this thing. Babool. We got Babool now. And now we swim back over here and see, does this side even have an entrance? Yes, it does. Alright, so if we're still on the first level, our most likely encounter is Psyduck. And otherwise, it would be a Zubat, which we've already caught one of. But if we can make it down to the next floor... Alright, we didn't make it down to the next floor. But that is a Pokemon we've already caught. Basically, if we don't run into Psyduck before getting to the next level, we'll also have the chance of Seal, just Psyduck is the still more likely one. There's the Psyduck, alright, that's simple. Answers that. Yeah, coming up with a lot of games is rough sometimes. But, hey! God damn it, Grass. But when you're just naming them nonsense things, I can manage. One thing that I do find fun that some other streamers do, I know, is, for like Nuzlocke and stuff, is they'll just name their Pokemon after, like, I just realized this is a grass type move against a water type. And there's a big... Okay. Don't fucking die, Psyduck. Just get in the ball, please. I made a mistake and almost killed you. Ah, okay, we have one chance. I'm not using the Master Ball. It's not worth it for that, but... Okay. That was close. Too close for comfort. I wonder how lucky we got with that roll. It might have been a low roll, a high roll, who knows. Yeah, we got a lot of naming in a row. Gobbum. We got Gobbum the Psyduck. And with that, once again, there are items in here if we really wanted, but none of it realistically is that important. So with that, we can now see about getting over to Cinnabar. I think the easiest way, though, because I think we have to navigate through the Seafoam Island, like, caves, to get to the other side, so it's just going to be easier to go out of town. Also, this way we can pick up the encounter on the way. Alright, might as well heal while we're here. Alright. But, yeah, what I was going to say before we got to the encounter is one thing I know that a lot of streamers and stuff will do that are, like, bigger streamers when it comes to, like, naming Pokemon on runs like this is they'll just, like, take the names of viewers or, like, subscribers or whatever and use them for their Pokemon. And I find that pretty neat. Obviously, there's no way I can do that right now when I only know, like, the name of a couple people at all who watch my streams in the first place. But that is a fun thing that, I mean, who knows, if I hypothetically were ever to be that big, I might consider doing at some point. But I like my funny names. Grass cannot hit ever. So, I mean, I feel like there's merit to just the funny names in their own. Yeah, there's no shop there. And this is the only encounter we have until we reach Cinnabar, so we should be fine. Just a single Tangela. Yeah. I think technically if we were to fish, we could have tried for Psyducking. Well, no, we already have a Psyduck. What am I saying? My brain. Too locked into the gambling of trying to catch a Psyduck. Alright, we have 14 balls. We should be able to catch this between the level difference and the poison. Even if it takes a couple tries. Realistically, Tangela is more so just sort of a backup grass type in case something happens to grass. But, hopefully we won't need it. Oh god, 3 damage! Yeah, no. I very much enjoy the charm of the silly names. Gonna make it difficult, huh? Oh god, they're absorbing. At least it's doing literally, like, no damage. The poison will still outpace the absorb. Right, they're in the yellow, that's good. God, but it keeps getting just harder to get it in the ball. The one benefit Tangela has, hypothetically over grass, is the fact that it has stuff like Vine Whip. More just like outright offensive grass moves, but it's not that big a deal. We can have our grass be a status person first and foremost. And if we slap Mega Drain in place of Absorb, then we should also just be good on damage. Plus grass has acid. Finally. Yeah, I was gonna be worried about just the stalling of the healing, but when it only does like 2 damage to us, it's essentially not healing. Alright, third naming in very quick succession. God. If you really wanted to, you probably could, at a certain point here, dissect how the fuck my brain puts together sounds just by looking at all the Pokemon names I've done. I'm trying my best to keep them all, like, distinct and different, but, I mean, we have to have named, like, 30 or 40 Pokemon at this point. But now we can just head straight to Cinnabar. Maybe I should repel. Nah, no, we're probably already almost there. Okay. I got worried for a second there because there were the fishermen facing me, but they cannot fight you if you are on an island. And here we are, we made it. Cinnabar Island. The door is locked, yes, okay. But now, let's heal up, buy some balls, and then we can head into the mansion. Because we have to go there to unlock the gym, but also it's an encounter. And I'm pretty sure, though if we wanted to ignore Dupe's Claws, we could hypothetically get another Growlithe, I think. I'll just go with the Wheezing. Alright, yeah, okay, we could get Ultra Balls here. That's pretty nice. And we have a good chunk of money, so I'm just gonna get 20. Why not get rid of all my money, because we will want to get some stuff, like, once we hit the Elite Four, assuming we get there. And then I'm just gonna get, like, 10 max repels, because having repels is nice. Alright. now, on to the mansion. The one concern here is we could just lose the coughing encounter if they explode. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize. I think the mansion has the same theme as the power plant, huh? Alright, I vaguely recall my way through here, but I am gonna just sort of be floundering a little bit. Okay, yeah, we could catch a Growlithe again if we wanted, but we had one, we had our chance, and the Sevi Islands might get us a Fire-type anyways, so I'm going to maintain Dupe's Claws and just go for the Pokemon we haven't caught before. Ether is the one for PP. Usually in the games you can't buy them, unfortunately, so we'll just have to sort of work with what we have, but hopefully it should be enough, because we have picked up a few just along the way. Alright, just gonna sort of wander my way through, trying to find where we need to go. Okay, and there we go. Now after this, I'm just gonna repel. It's a poison type, so don't poison powder. Missed the stun spore, of course. Sludge, if... At least we're a poison type. And this thing is notably lower level than us, so I'm worried to attack it too much. Do we think it can take an Ath? I'm gonna give it a shot. Alright, no problem, Condando. Oh, Condando. It exploded! Why? No coughing for us. Oh, I just realized I should check the level cap. Ooh, Pedal Dance! If I remember correct, yeah, that's a 70 power move. That's pretty good. Because it does attack for 2 to 3 turns, but I think that's fine, because we can just set up Poison or Stun and then Pedal Dance. Yeah. I feel like normally well, no, I guess that's a smart AI that does the, like, if it sees a kill, it goes for the move that will achieve that, where random encounters are just, like, they pick arbitrarily. But that is rough. Oh, and I need to throw on Repel. Also, Grass is actually a little hurt now. Luckily, these things are low on level. So I'm gonna throw on a Repel now. Just gonna use up our normal Repels first. Alright, that sure is an item. So if we press the switch, that opens this up. Right, we need to drop down to the right location. Is this the right one? It should be. Good, we just immediately got to where we need to be, I think. Yeah, and we need to go downstairs. Well, that was smooth. Alright, re-upping Repel. I do find it funny that it's like, there's a secret switch. Do you press it? And then when you do, it just is always like, who wouldn't? I don't know why, but something about that phrasing just amuses me. I think the item up here is, there's a couple items up here, and I think one of them might be a TM, and since they're not that out of the way, I am just gonna pick them up. I forget what they're a TM for, though. Do we need to do that to get to things? This item, we got it. Blizzard! That's pretty nice! I guess I could try to take more tight lines here. Alright, what is this? Repel wears off. Secret... Oh, that's what we actually needed! I was forgetting that we actually needed that. Right, the Repel wore off, okay. Well, as we try to run from this, I'll double-check the level cap. Of course we can't escape. They did not... I'm gonna actually swap and then run, just to be absolutely safe. They did not use the mansion, in the anime, because they did, they changed up, Cinnabar Island a lot in the anime. In the anime, Cinnabar Island... Solar Beam! Hell yeah! Definitely worth it to pick up. But in the anime, they made it so that, Cinnabar Island, was, like, turned into, like, a tourist resort, and... Oh, right, we gotta turn off the button. And the gym is actually just, like, hidden inside a volcano, and Blaine, is just, like, an old man who is sad, oh god, okay. And is just sad about the state of the island and is lamenting the fact that, like, nobody cares about going to the gym anymore. So the episodes that are there are just basically about it being a, like, resort, vacation island location, and then, Ash trying to find the gym, and then challenging it. And as part of that, the volcano almost explodes, and they have to, like, work with Blaine to stop it from destroying the entire town. But that is what they do with Cinnabar Island in the anime. So they never do anything with the mansion. It definitely is one of those cases of the anime just having its own lore and stuff for things. Because realistically... though it's not outright said in-game, the fact that you can, like, find Ditto in the mansion and stuff, I really like the vibe of the theory that, like, that is where, like, Mewtwo was created or stuff like that. That theory, I really have always enjoyed that theory. But, obviously, in the anime, there's just, like, some island where it was being done that isn't Cinnabar Island. Alright. So, now we can sort of just get ready for the gym. Yeah, no, it's a weird plot line that they do for the anime. It's sort of silly. But now we can just sort of plan for the gym. So, realistically, we can stack ourselves up pretty damn well here, because we're going up against fire types. And we have several water and ground types. So, I'm just gonna absolutely stack our team, I think, with just, like, the optimal Pokemon. And though we could bring Tupont, I'm gonna bring Yemu, because Yemu is just a solid mon. Yeah, so we're bringing a ground type and 5 water types. Just, you know, planning for the gym just a little bit. But now it is time to level to 47. So this is gonna take a moment. Yeah, grass needs to stay the hell away from this fight. Alright. Realistically, I don't need to do this for every single one of them, but, you know, we'll see how far my patience goes. I feel like I was gonna check something. What was I gonna do? What was it? Whatever. It'll come to me. Alright. Actually, you know what? I could have done this in previous streams, but I've been trying to hold off from it. But, fuck it. We're gonna just do this a little quicker. Apologies for your ears for the sound. Alright. Twister. I try and not do that as much as I can, because, it hurts to hear. Okay, 40 Dragon. Smokescreen is powerful to a degree, so I'm gonna get rid of Leer. Alright, and off we go again to the Hell Vortex of sound. This means we'll just be able to get through this much quicker. Oh, evolution! Alright, we got a Seadra, which should be the end result. Yes, this is the dark and evil twisted version of the song. So 47 is our level cap. So I'm just going to bring us up to it. Actually, I might bring us up to 46, just so in case we run into any fights in the way. We should be able to avoid them all. Well, actually, no, I'll just go to 47. I remember the gimmick of the place. Alright, so we have a water gun, which is 40, and bubble, which is 20, but can lower speed. We don't need both. I'm just going to give us agility, because why not? Probably going to just replace it with something else as well, but... Alright, back to the evil zone. Alright, wanting to be careful here to make sure I don't over-level. And finally, 47. Okay. Then, Gobbum. Psych Up. Okay. I forget what Psych Up does. Any stat changes made by the foe. Okay. Interesting. Sharply reducing defense is nice, but the accuracy there is rough. Disable is wacky, and... We don't need Tail Whip and Screech. Oh yeah, thanks a lot. I was really happy with that. And it's been doing really solid, so I'm happy about that as well. But, God, I really loved his entire, like, EP, and I think what partially helped with it was just, I was already primed for all the things that I was gonna, like, touch on by the fact that it, as I mentioned in the analysis, was essentially just a alternate telling of his, like, battle with himself from the story. So, like, all of the things that I had sort of, like, been thinking about with his character from that, I could just bring up there, basically. But it was done so well. It was so good. It was sort of funny, because I really didn't expect them to release it then. Fury Swipes, okay. I mean, to have something other than a psychic move could be good, but Fury Swipes I'm not fond of. Yeah, no, I intend to get rid of Disabled probably here, unless we just don't learn anything. Okay, Goblin just has a horrid moveset, it seems, I guess. We can fix that if we end up using them in the future. But, yeah, no, I did not expect them to release Earthquake! Yo, I forgot that Zybit just automatically learns that. It only has 10 EP, which is rough. So, honestly, I might get rid of Mudsport finally. Don't know why we still have it. Because just that way, Magnitude can be like our just lower power move that we have, that just like can be used a lot, where Earthquake is our bigger move. Alright, Bahool's evolving. Nice. But, yeah, like, I mentioned it at the beginning of the video, but I was expecting, if they were to release anything, that it was going to be a teaser. And we didn't have any guarantee that there was going to be a teaser, because they didn't announce one. Alright, what's Bahool's moveset? Acid, Bubble Beam, Wrap. Wrap is such a weird move, and Barrier. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of Wrap. And just because of that, I decided to, like, hedge my bets and just was sort of hanging out with friends around the time that it came out. That's why the EP video came out at, like, 1:30 a.m. for me. It was just cause, or whatever time it was, I forget exactly, I was tired. That's what I know. But because I just, like, hedged my bets thinking nothing was gonna come out that day, I was hanging out with friends for a few hours, when it, came out. So I didn't get to actually recording it until, like, 10:30 or something like that. But it doesn't seem like it's impacted the video at all. It's doing great. Yeah, that is the thing that I truly sort of have to realize, is both for, like, what does and doesn't come out, and when it comes out, you can never predict what Zenless is gonna do. It might give a character nothing but a demo and, like, a teaser. It might give them a demo and a EP, or it might be like Jane and just give a demo and a weird little animated short. Or it might be like Miyabi and give a full, like, animated short, a demo, a teaser, and an EP. Which does lead me to think that that almost certainly was just because Miyabi was a hyped up character and a Void Hunter. Which makes me think, are they gonna go that hard for Yijuan? Is Yijuan gonna have the full 9 yards of stuff? Because I'd be very happy if that was the case. But yeah, and I guess we'll find out soon, because not this Friday, but I think next Friday is when the 2.0 live stream should be happening. So not long after that, we'd be getting all the promotional material for Yijuan, because I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be the first banner. Anyways, I just realized I'm not fast-forwarding. What am I doing? Oh, Twister! A wacky move. 40 and full chance of hitting. That one just does 40 damage. Leer lowers defense, and Thrash is just a really, really powerful normal-type move. I'm gonna get rid of Leer. It does mean we have 2 Dragon-type moves on a non-Dragon type, but whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm really hoping for, mainly, is everyone gets an EP, because the EPs are some of my favorite parts of just all of the promotional material. The demos are always amazing, but the EPs are where I get, like, the most meat for me to decipher, I feel like, in my videos. It's where I sort of... I forgot that Gemu just learns Hydro Pump. Gonna get rid of Dragon Rage. Just auto 40 damage with only 10 PP is not amazing. Like, guaranteed 40 damage, that part is nice, but it's only 10 PP. So I'm gonna take Hydro Pump. But like I was saying, I feel like, the EPs are almost always where I'm able to sort of do what I feel like my channel does best, which is just, like, getting way too in the weeds about analyzing, like, what is being said, what is happening, and getting themes and character out. I feel like that is where, personally, I'm most proud of my stuff, and it seems like that comes up the most, in the EPs. Alright, Bite is a nice move. We don't have Stab or anything. Thrash is also nice just for the power, but also it's not Stab, and you become confused after. But Twister is just sort of funny. I don't think we need 2 moves that cause flinch that aren't Stab. And we have someone else with Bite. So I think, weirdly, but Bite is just stronger. I think I'm gonna go for Type Diversity. But a Rain Dance Hydro Pump is gonna be fucking absurd if we want to do that. Yeah. And there we have it. We have everyone leveled. Don't keep leveling. Unfortunately, we very well might run out of rare candies, and I might need to ask my friend for more. But, yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. The demos consistently are always to make the character look cool, not to elaborate on the character or their themes. Some demos do both. Like, both of those at the same time. I accidentally answered that correct. Wait, no, okay. I already answered this question. Like, the ones that do both are the best. just sort of thinking about it, like, I would say that Jane's demo, Caesar's demo, Miyabi's demo, ones like that, I could just keep listening to them, but demos like that, where it does make them look cool, but the character is also there, obviously, and can be portrayed well, and I can elaborate on it. That is where the demos are best, but I do acknowledge that their main goal is just to make the characters look cool, where the EPs are something I honestly wish that also, like Genshin and Star Rail were to do, but I understand that it's already Zenless going above and beyond to do it in the first place. But it just, like, even more than the teasers a lot of the time, where the teasers tend to be getting into the more nitty-gritty of the character, there's something just a bit more, like, I think, visceral about the EPs. There's something more about just music that does such a good job at allowing, like, a character to be expressed masterfully, which is... God, it's just so good. Oh, Jigglypuff from above, god damn it. Oh, that is so fucking silly, I love that meme. Alright. Yes. Eevees, Ivies, and shit are a thing. And with that, I think we're to the... No, one more. But yeah. I'm very much hoping that all the, like, going forward characters, as much as possible, get EPs and stuff, because as I've elaborated here, it's some of my favorite shit. Alright, it's time for the actual gym. I'm going to, oddly enough, go first with some of our more quote-unquote disposable ones. Just because I want to make sure that we can get Skemp and Zybit all the way, if we can, because they've been with us for a while. Alright. Hello, Blaine, how you doing? I have a burn heal in my pocket, I think, but I'm not using it. Alright. Growlithe to open? Okay. I didn't even realize I was countering that. Alright, time for us to use Bubble Beam. God. Yeah. They're some of the last of the old guard. There's very few left from the old guard, and they're the ones that have been with us for a while. Zybit is obviously newer. Zybit has only been around since, what was it, Rock Tunnel? But at this point, very few of our Mons are alive from back then. Like, prior to that. And Zybit has come in clutch a good few times. They've earned their spot in our team and their survival. Alright. Realistically, this fight is not much of a challenge. Oh wow, the first one to survive against Bubble Beam! Of course he's gonna use the Hyper Potion, but that's fine. But, yeah. Of course he has to. But, yeah, to actually touch on, though, your mention of Lighter for his EPs, I realize I'm sort of just talking about stuff over this, but there's no tension in this fight. I very much agree with you on Lighter. Like, his demo is really cool. It makes him look cool, which is, once again, the point of the demos. But it is drastically more lacking. Like, it's very lackluster in comparison to his EP. Like, his EP makes him look like a badass while also showing his character. And, God, it's so good. I think Lighter's EP is one of my favorites, just overall. Anyways, slightly scary, but we should be able to miskill here. There we go. I think that's all his mons. Babool clear! With just a horrid move. That would be fucking insane if he did. Just completely destroys the game, has Mewtwo. Ah yes, Fire Blast. I can't wait to never use that, because we will only maybe have one Pokemon that is Fire-type ever. Boy. I do find the, like, type distribution of Gen 1 very silly. There's a lot of types that already existed that just have, like, no representation. Electric barely has representation, Fire barely has representation. Alright, time for the Sevi Islands. Yeah, no, I think I had heard of... I don't know if I specifically had heard that he has Mewtwo in the manga or not, but, I do remember stuff about Lane having Mewtwo, or, like, being connected to Mewtwo, something like that, in, like, some form of the Pokemon media. Yeah, the Hoenn water-type representation makes a lot of sense, just due to half of it being water, but Gen 1 is a little rough. I think it's very fair that Steel and Dark have basically no representation, given that they were introduced retroactively, but it is sort of shocking how little Fire and Electric have. Grass actually has very few actual options, all things considered. It's like the starter, the Oddish line, Tangela, Bellsprout line, but you can't get Bellsprout and Oddish in the same, like, game without trading, I'm pretty sure. And then other than that... Are there any others? I'm trying to think. I'm struggling to think of any other grass types in Gen 1. Alrighty. But we are in the Sevi Islands at this point. And we can... Oh god, I just realized. We're locked into the full water team for a brief minute, I think. That's insane! What? Oh my god, what is the manga doing? Anyways, yes, the PC services do not work right now. So we're gonna just have to sort of work with what we've got right now. Hopefully it works fine. We don't have our ideal catcher of grass, unfortunately. But we'll do our best. I'm just trying to see who our best catcher might be. I forgot that I also have Rain Dance on Skemch. Huh. We don't have, like, any specifically good for catching Pokemon options, so we're gonna do our best, I guess. We might run into a grass type, I think, at some point, unfortunately. Hopefully not. We are very grass weak, though. Alright, so now, though, we can pick up... Well, actually, we don't need to go this way yet. I'm gonna save that for once we can actually get grass back in the team. I'm just gonna forward the plot until we can access the, we don't need to go to 2 Island, we need to go 3 Island, I think. Well, no, 2 Island is good for first. But until we can get that, I'm gonna just sort of avoid catching things so that we can properly catch things at all possible. But yeah, luckily, I remember how to go through the Sevi Islands pretty well. It's pretty straightforward, all things considered. In this initial portion of going through the Sevi Islands, we don't have the opportunity to catch any Hoenn Pokemon, as we're just stuck to the first 3 islands, but we do still have some encounters that we can get here. Anyways, just making sure... Yeah, making sure that he doesn't give us anything. Okay, yeah. Now we head to 3 Island. And then we'll have to do some fights, I think. And then we'll have to go through a route carefully to not, like, get ourselves killed or anything. Go into a forest, find a lost child, and then we will be good, I think. Yeah, let's keep going with Babool. Being a poison type against these guys is good, because I think they have a lot of poison types. Yeah. Technically speaking, you can skip the Sevi Islands, but the nice thing about it is just that there are a few encounters you can get. Alright, yeah, we're gonna have a chain of fights here, but I'm pretty sure all of them have, like, one Pokemon, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, no, the logic of the Pokemon games is somewhat lacking, but it's consistently lacking, which, yeah, you know. Alright, Acid isn't the best option. Let's just see what Volbeam does. Yeah, variety of encounters is all it does. Worth checking what some of the options next are, and also checking what our level cap is. Okay, 50 is our level cap, so we will want to be a little careful. Yeah, realistically, I can just double beam our way through these as I check up on what our encounter possibilities are. Oh, wow, it actually survived, and it's minimizing. Great. Amazing. Let's see. Of course we missed. God damn. Oh no, this is happening! Okay. Yeah, so... this is gonna be annoying. Yeah, okay. So looking at it, when we go to Kindle Road, which is one of the spots we can go to, finally, literally the only encounter we can get, actually, is going to be Ponyta or Rapidash, because everything else we've caught before. The other options are all things we already have. So Kindle Road is guaranteed to be a Ponyta encounter, if we can get it, that is. Yeah. Anyways, all these guys should have about the same stuff, so realistically, it's not that scary. I can just keep spamming. We will briefly be able to dip into Mount Ember, but... yeah, and from there, actually, we could pick up a Machop, because I don't think we've caught a Machop before. I think our only opportunity was Rock Tunnel, and that's where we got Zyvit. So Machop will be the encounter of Mount Ember, assuming that we caught the Ponyta in Kindle Road. And then we'll have a few others. Yeah, that is the one nice thing about the current team we have is... because we have so many water types, they are arguably disposable, or at least the most disposable of our bonds. Not that I want any of them to die, but it will be far less tragic if someone like Babool dies than it is if someone like Grass or Zyvit dies. Cape Brink is another place that we'll be able to get an encounter. But... okay, no, yeah, we'll have something new that we can get, but it'll be through Super Rod. Luckily, it's the most likely encounter, so it's not going to be hard to get. But it's going to be Poliwag, or Poliwhirl, just, you know, that line, which is sort of nice. Alright, let's just hope this thing doesn't explode. Why did I do acid? I just kept spamming. God, that does nothing. And then, other than that... God, a crit, okay. Other than that, we're on 3 islands. Which should have... yeah, has Bond Bridge out of it. But there are no new encounters there. We've caught everything we can from the options there, so it's going to be a Dupe's Claws scenario. Which means we'll probably end up with a Pidgey. And then, finally, I think the only other encounter in the Sevi Islands would be in Berry Forest, which, looking at the options, is guaranteed to be a Drowsy or a Hypno, or an Execute. There actually is a small chance of an Execute. That could be a neat one. Either way, we're getting a Psychic type there, potentially. Unless we wanted to fish, then we could pick up a Goldeen, but eh. I think a Psychic type is a much better option. So, yeah, realistically speaking, we'll have 2 chances to get a Fire type. If we get the Fire type, on the first chance, we'll have a chance at a Fighting type. Which is just nice for, like, extra options in case something happens to Zoki. We'll have potentially another Water type in Politoed. Well, Poliwhirl, Poliwag, not Politoed. Psychic is a good pickup, because Psychic is just really strong. And that's realistically sort of the, like, main pickups. Alright. Yeah, Poliwag and Whirl branch off into the Toad and the, I think it actually becomes Fighting type. It's a Water Fighting, Poliwrath. Alright, this is the route that has nothing but duplicates for us, so I'm just gonna try to catch this, but not be too concerned if I fail. I think Bubble Beam is the weaker of the two here. Let's see if it survives. Never mind, no duplicate for us. Not too worried about that. But yeah, that is Poliwag's line, is that it separates into the two. I forget how you evolve into Politoed, which is the frog, believe it or not. But I've never bothered with doing it. I've always gone Poliwrath, because usually in my runs I lack fighting types in Gen 1. But it'd be worth considering if we need to. If I remember correctly, this rock has an item, and I'm going to repel going forward now, because we already have all these encounters. But if I recall correctly, this rock has an item. A max repel! How convenient! Anyway, it's gonna still just use the rest of our normal repels. Assuming we didn't use them all. Alright, I'll just use the max repel. Alright, this fight I think is unavoidable. Yep. Let's see what they got. Hopefully not a grass type, but I'm worried they might. Is there an aerobic? That's a Bulbasaur. Okay! The scary fight begins. At least we're massively over-leveled. How much does Bubble Beam do? Enough. Oh, and the speed fell. Okay, but how much does this do? Nothing! Okay, no, we're fine. We are fine. An Ivysaur, okay. Don't tell me they have a Venusaur after this. Please, no. That might actually be scary. Yeah, because that is a big fall off on damage. But the damage they do to me is not that different. Yeah, no, it does use an item, I'm pretty sure, like a Crowner one. Which also explains why I've never done it before, but, yeah, I just honestly haven't looked into Politoed much ever. Okay, just another Ivysaur. That's fine. Yeah, it's the rare trainer with the starter, and they just have 3 of them. This is such a silly encounter, just in the sense of they're all 3 like, grass poison types because they're all just Ivysaur and Bulbasaur, and then I'm all water and 1 ground. What is this matchup? Of course they sleep powder me. Either way, should be fine still, just need to wake up. God, are we asleep for, like, the maximum duration or something? Alright, finally. Kill the Ivysaur. There we go. And now we can continue. I don't think there's any other required encounters on this path, but we might need to be careful of a few. Oh, no, okay. We're into Berry Forest now. So we can just let the repel wear off as we walk through, and then see what we catch. Because here is where our potential Psychic is. Whether it's Drowsy/Hypno, or... Oh, there's an item there. Or Execute. In a way, I sort of want Execute, because I've never been able to get them in a run, I don't think. And it would just be really cool to have a Pokemon I haven't used really ever before. But honestly, any of them are fine. Psychic is good. Yeah, I think actually we do have a cut Pokemon for shortcuts. It's just in the box, because I think our Beedrill, we taught cut. But we just boxed them for the, Koga fight, and then, yo, the Execute! Hell yeah, I manifested it. I think that's like a 5% chance. And we are injured. And this is a grass type. Anyways, let's do our best. Okay. It's a grass type, so it should resist this, so this shouldn't kill. I'm pretty sure as a normal type, they absolutely can. So that could be a worthwhile pickup for them. No kill. Okay. That should be enough. But we evaded the Leech Seed, okay. Alright, from here, I'm just gonna go with it. I'm gonna honestly go for the Ultra Balls just to try to get it. Because I actually sort of want this encounter. There we go! I think that's the rarest encounter on this route. So, we lucked out, in a way. Alright. Zemazi the Execute. Alright, alright, now I'm gonna re-up the repel because we've caught everything we need to. And then just make our way to the scared little girl who's trapped here. Yeah, Stab Psychic is sort of like the big thing there. Because Prompt did good work with Psybeam. Oh, okay, that needs cut. Did good work with Psybeam despite it not being Stab, but Psybeam and eventually even Psychic, I think we're at the point where it could do Psychic, is just really solid. Alright, hello little girl, are you okay? I probably should have swapped Pokemon so that I have a full health Pokemon on front, but oh well, time to fight a Hypno. It's only level 30, though. So even Babool at their low health should be able to handle it. Let's try the Acid. Let's see how that does. Alright. It used Poison Gas against the Poison type. I do find it funny how many poison types actually are in, what is it doing? Are in Gen 1. Because 2 of the grass lines are grass poison. Tentacool is a water poison line. The Wheezing line is poison. The Zubat line is flying poison. Muck and Wheezing's... But I think I already mentioned Coughing, but oh, whatever. Coughing and Muck's lines are both full poison. There is a lot of poison types in Gen 1. Anyways, yeah, we pick up the Meteor. I would note that little girl was not the one fighting us. We were skipping through the dialogue, so I understand missing it. But that little girl was terrified because she was being attacked by the Hypno. That Hypno was attacking her, and we saved her. So it's, you know, slightly different. It was a wild Hypno who needs to learn the type chart. Alright. And I don't think we can do it now, but worth trying. Oh, we can do the PC now! Perfect! So now we can fix our team. You did good work, Babool. You might come back later. Alright, I'm gonna let the Gorb continue to shine. I'm gonna sort of bring back some of our mainstays. Bumbus hasn't done much for us, but is funny. Grass we absolutely need. And Jip-Kip-Ip is good for flying, but we don't need to fly yet. But we will need to fly soon, so I'll just have him as the final one. Good old Snorlax Wall. We also have them pretty well set up with Sleep Talk, with their moves being, like, Body Slam and Strength, I think. Yeah, Sleep Talk with Rest, Body Slam, and Strength, that is a moveset. Alright. But with that, we have sort of our go-to wandering team, I'd say. Have the Flying type for flight, have Grass for catching Mons, that kind of thing. Alright. So going up to Cape Brink, this is where we can, I believe, catch ourselves a Poliwag. Okay, not even a nibble. It should be... okay. It should be the most likely encounter, so this won't take long. There it is! Okay, will this be what we want? Poliwhirl even! Okay, cool. I'm a big fan, honestly, of the Poliwag line, because, in the same run where I was very desperate and, like, had to rely on a Vileplume, and that's where I got really fond of the Oddish line as well, the Poliwag line ended up being my water type that I carried through, like, the whole run after my, like, moment of everything going wrong. So these two lines are ones I'm actually quite fond of because of that. Yeah, more encounters and more names. 3 more in the Sebi Islands, and then we just go straight to Giovanni, so... a few. A few. Alright, gonna use up our Great Balls. Might as well. We get in one. One's all you need. What to name this one? Alright. So that's that encounter. That was the only new Pokemon we could catch there. And then we go back to Island 1. That's where we need to go back to anyways. Yeah, the dual typing is just really nice, and due to the limited options for fighting types in Gen 1, it just is really convenient as well to have some, like, fighting stuff. We don't need to worry about anything on the water, because it's just Tentacool, and the repel perfectly wore off in time. Anyways, it's just the grass that we want here. This should be a Ponyta. Yep. This is scary, for the sake that we're sending out a grass type, but we should be able to just throw Poison Powder out and then run away into one of our better Pokemon for this. Good, we did not miss. The only unique move Toad learns is Bounce? What the fuck? What is Toad's moveset? That is weird. Alright, realistically, Zyvit or Skemch are like our tankiest folks for this, so let's send Skemch in. Oh, they do have Takedown. That is sort of scary. But the damage is nothing. Oh, that reminds me. If we can manage it, getting... well, no, I think they learn it naturally, actually. Double Edge is going to be massive on Zyvit. Because, if I remember correctly, Zyvit's ability is they're immune to recoil damage. So that's just going to be a really solid normal type move for them to sort of flesh out their list. Alright, we caught the Ponyta. And you might be seeing a pattern here, but Ponyta's line is also one I'm deeply fond of because it, late in a ruined run, also saved me. Really, like, Rapidash, Vileplume, and Poliwrath were, like, my mainstays in one of my more sketchy runs. Alright. Like, at least into the Elite Four. Okay, this is one of my weirder names, I think, but Pontoni. Yeah, no, the sheer speed of Rapidash is really nice. And I guess I should repel. We don't need another Spirit. But yeah, now the last encounter for us to pick up is potentially, well, if we can manage it, a Machop. Gonna use a repel while I'm thinking about it, and be careful about that guy. They tried to quick turn me. Alright, yep, that's one of the ones where you can just barely avoid it, and for some reason it's impossible to get into this slot, so we just need to time things. What the? Okay, never mind, alright. We're gonna be locked into 2 fights now. That was some weird collision. Realistically, though, we should be pretty good. Honestly, the temptation to just Petal Dance. We're just gonna Petal Dance and see how it goes. Not a one-shot. Vital Throw hit. Okay, that's a crit? Yeah, no, not very effective. Is that because of poison? Is poison resistant fighting? That sounds both wrong and right. So I guess in a way grass is pretty good. We did 1 Petal Dance, or is that because it doesn't go between, like, Pokemon? Yeah, no, you're actually very right. If only our Ghastly survived. Yeah, but I don't think grass resists fighting, so why did grass the Vileplume resist fighting when they're a grass poison? Alright, anyways, we are confused, which is sort of scary, so I think I'm gonna swap off. Yeah, sure, let's go to the wall. Give Bumbus some time in the sun. Wait, I just sent a normal type in against a fighting type. What am I doing? Okay, that's some foresight. Okay. Yeah, no, I know it goes for a few turns. I just didn't realize it could go for one. Anyways, I'm being careful and swapping to not the normal type. Hopefully this doesn't do too much. Okay. A little worrying, but we have Surf. Yeah, the Rumpus flashbacks are real. Not that I expect, for Snorlax to get just obliterated, but if this thing has low kick, that would just obliterate us. Because I actually am realizing it's a good thing. Oh, Bruno might be a little scary if any of his mons have low kick, because we have some heavy Pokemon. Between Skemch, Zyvit, Snorlax in the form of Bumpus, we have some heavy guys. And girls. Alright. Anyways, we can now Petal Dance, but again, maybe we'll get more than one this time. Oh, and it's a crit this time. Cool. Alright, the Machoke. We Petal Dance again. We get a second one. Okay, not a one-shot, but because we resist this, it shouldn't be that bad. Ugh, worse than I was hoping, and we didn't resist? What? Is Vital Throw not fighting? Am I just confusing things? I need to check this now. Anyways, we beat him. I'm just real quick checking this, because I need to know. It is a fighting type move. Why did it say that it resisted? Yeah, no, poison does resist fighting. I either just missed it on the second go around or something. I don't know. Counter is scary, but at least he doesn't have low kick. That could have fucked us up if he had it. But counter, that is scary. We'll want to be very careful about that. Alright, I think this guy teaches a move, but I don't remember what. Oh no, he just gives us fucking Rock Smash, I think. Alright, but with that, we can continue heading up. Trying to avoid as many of these trainers as possible. And there we are. We are to Mount Ember. And now we just need to make our way to one of those grass patches. Alrighty. I guess we're not there yet, but it could be worthwhile to start considering what we're gonna want from our, the quick turn. It always happens. What we want from our, Elite 14. Yeah, no, he is such a different character in the anime. This is a wacky match, so I'm just gonna go for acid, I guess. But yeah, in the anime, he shows up like once and is just sort of a goofy guy. Of course, we're paralyzed, and then they just acid us back. This should be enough to kill. Especially if we crit. I've heard that theory before, and I find it very funny. Alright. Bloom, okay. Honestly, just gonna swap to something else. We have Fly on... Oh, but they're level 26. I'm not sending them in. I have not leveled them. We are a very grass-weak team, all things considered, but Funvis can realistically deal with this. Just want to swap off grass because they're paralyzed and it's a bad, just like mirror match. Don't poison us. Okay. I forget, what is the actual power on strength versus body slam? 80 and 85, and can paralyze. Yeah, so it's just better. So I'm actually going to swap that for the pro. Alright, not a one-shot, but the paralysis. My brain tried to say paralyzed and paralysis at the same time. They have a full restore? This is a random trainer. Not that it's gonna matter, but annoying. Yeah, just thinking about the Elite Four. Bumbus is just a nice one to have. Because normal type is, like, unless you're against fighting, just a good option. And then, I mean, if we can manage to keep Skemch alive, Skemch has to be there. Just, I want him to be there. And then, yeah, we'll formulate it in time. Yeah, probably just because it's a ranger. But that is that. Okay, we have a few paralyzed Pokemon, but it's fine. I think we have a paralyzed heal. There it is. We have 5. How convenient. Almost as if we bought those or something. Alright, here's a patch of grass. And Repel wore off. Perfect. Alright. Now time to fish for the Machop. I think it's like a 5 or 10% chance, so it's lower, but still entirely possible. Also, worrying that we can't escape against this fire type. Uh-oh. Worrying. Don't crit. Takedown. Okay. I am swapping Pokemon. We're not losing grass. Now we get away. Anyways, gonna just heal up Grass just to be absolutely safe as we keep searching, because I want Grass to be the one to catch, because Grass is just good for catching. There we go. Still a Ponyta. Yeah, Ponyta is the most common thing here, which is rough. But now we get away the first time. That is good. Not what we need, but not a Ponyta. But also something strong against Grass. Alright. Yeah, Execute honestly would be pretty damn good. It's sort of sad to say because Grass has been with us for so long, but Grass may not be the one to take into the Elite Four. Execute might be better coverage. Well, is better coverage. So we might do that. We might do that. Zybit has been doing really good for us. Oh yeah, we could also get a Geodude here. Of course we have Zybit. Zybit's been doing really good for us, and Earthquake is just really powerful. So though they wouldn't be good against Lorelei, given that they functionally are also a water trainer on top of being ice, just based on how things play out. But Rollout actually also just is a very solid thing for going up against Lance. If we don't have anything better... Oh, we're burnt. For any... Like, if we don't have a better option, just because Rock type against essentially a Flying type trainer, because most of the dragons are secretly just Flying type Pokemon. Anyways, dear God, get Grass out of here. Yeah, Prompt will be with us in spirit. Alright. Yeah, we definitely have some good options, though. Oh fuck, I forgot to heal grass. Swapping to Skemch and running the hell away. Yeah, no, that is the rough thing of, like, I think there is only one Pokemon that Lorelei has that isn't water ice, and it's, Jinx, who is water psychic. I need to heal grass. Which in itself is rough. Because they have Lapras, which is water ice, I believe. They have a Dugong, which is water ice. And I'm pretty sure Shelder is water ice as well. Which is rough. It just means that, like, the best counter to ice does not counter it in that fight. Yeah, what? I'm trying to think what the best thing to use against her would be. Yeah, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. We still have a gym to deal with and some encounters to get. Alright. Hopefully we don't need to keep healing grass and can run into this Machop. Ugh! First we run into a Rapidash instead! That's level 42, dear god! And we can't escape. It missed, though! Why can't we escape ever with grass? They Fury attack. Okay. Cool. Is it because we're weak for... What is happening? Okay, we got away. Yeah, Zyvid isn't good against that for that same reason, yeah. Lorelei might be the problem child of the Elite Four for us, weirdly. We'll have to consider our options. Anyways, I'm gonna double check what the chance of Machop is here, just to make sure. Where are we? Not Kindle Road, Mount Ember. Yeah, it's a 10% chance here. Why haven't we run into it? Weird. I might actually go ahead into a tunnel that is up ahead if we can reach it, I think. Because that should have a higher chance of Machop. Not sure if we can actually get into it, though. And we also are risking running into another fight, but I don't think it's this way. I mean, we do have the Gorb, and we picked up Magnemite. Okay, that's an unavoidable trainer. So we could bring an electric type in the form of either the Gorb or Magnemite, which I forget what we named our Magnemite. Oh, Execute. Alright. I'm just gonna immediately swap Keep Grass healthy. This is a Grass Psychic type. This is paralyzed, which is rough, but should still be able to handle it. Yeah, we'll check our options once we're actually to the Elite Four, though, I guess. Because some of them we definitely can handle pretty damn well, and others we are sort of rough with. Oh, great, we're paralyzed and confused now. Still got through, though. And we are a monster. But they have a full restore? Yeah, huh. What would be the best option against Lorelei? Better to be paralyzed than hurt ourselves. And now we hurt ourselves. At least we're tanking. I'm trying to think what the other... Are those really the only options for ice? Anyways, this is annoying. I mean, fire. If we bring in Rapidash, and of course it's not quite dead. Yeah, if we bring in Rapidash, we would have a fire type. Oh, but water. It's the water. Yeah, duh. So it's just even. Fighting is good against ice and not and water isn't resistant to fighting. Fighting might be our answer for ice. Yeah, I think that's our answer, is we bring, if we can fit it in, we do either Zoki or the Machop that we'll be getting here. Anyways, I'd love to rest, but I don't think it overrides Paralyze. Anyways, how much does this do to us? Ah, okay, I'm swapping. This is a grass type. So I guess the Gorb? Sure. Ow. Luckily, we're probably fast. I forgot that we have a rollout on the Gorb. Okay. Let's see how much Spark does. Ugh. Does Grass and/or Psychic resist electricity? Am I being dumb? Oh yeah, and the Elemental Punches totally would help. I can't believe how much this one trainer is causing me issues. I guess Grass. Return to Grass. Don't do too much damage here. Alright, I'm gonna Poison Powder and then just sort of cycle when need be. And eventually it'll die. Alright, how much does this do? Oh! Damn it! There goes Grass. First loss of the night. Great. Okay, we're in a weirdly rough spot. Scythe has the most health. We just need to survive long enough for the poison to kill. Anyways, fuck you, Earthquake. Yeah, we don't have a good catching Pokemon anymore. I mean, on the bright side, we're essentially done with encounters. We have, like, this one we're trying to get right now, the route on the way to Victory Road, and then Victory Road, and one of those can be the Master Ball. But for now... what's our best option now? They don't have anything that guarantees. They don't have anything that guarantees. Yeah, we can't get any statuses. Weirdly enough, I think I'm going to switch to Jip, Kip, Ip and quickly level them up just a little bit. So that we have something that is good against fighting, and then we can just sort of exist while we try to catch it. Because if we had Jip, Kip, Ip leveled in that last fight, we totally could have dealt with that. Yeah, literally just the fact that we didn't have them leveled is, I think, what cost Grass their life. Which fucking sucks. maybe someone in the box. Oh hey, Drip-Kip-Ip-Evolves. Just thinking about who we have. None of them come to mind as, like, inherently having status, but there might be one who can learn it. There we go, we got Dodrio. Drip-Kip-Ip is actually matching their name now. Just real quick doing some speed up. Yeah, Grass did some work. They were so good for catching Pokemon. Oh, Uproar. Okay. 50. Okay. Prevents sleep. Fry Attack is just so good, and coverage is nice. I don't think we need Uproar. So, I guess, in that case, Execute is even more a worthwhile addition to the team, though. Just because, I mean, they're a Grass Psychic type, so we get that Grass back. Anyways, that's not what we're looking for. Oh, and they have Runaway. That's convenient. Anyways, I'm just gonna go in this little bit of the hallway because we're gonna leave immediately after. There it is! You cost me grass to get here. Alright, if literally any of these will kill it, I think, if we're not careful, because these are actually pretty actually, is Dark good against fighting? I know fighting is bad against Dark, but is it the other way around? No, fighting resists Dark. So this shouldn't kill. Oh, very much not. Alright, how much does this do? Oh, that's rough. Alright, I'm just gonna throw balls, I think. Gonna just go straight for the Ultra Balls. Yeah, so much of the old guard is gone at this point. Oh, hey, one ball. Yeah. Machop is gonna need to do some work for us. Alright. Tompa. We got Tompa at a great cost. Alright, but from here, we should be able to fly back. True, we gotta get that evolution. Alright, now we can just go in and rearrange our team. Yeah, just looking through these, Kamimi, I think, might be able to learn Poison Powder? Other than that, I don't know what Roiv learns. But yeah, okay. Nemizi, let's bring you in! A tragedy has befallen. Alright, and for future we'll want Pontoni at some point, but not for this next gym. Okay. And then let's just heal up. Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about getting my friend to help out until we actually need it, though. So if we can get by with just like what we have, that's the easier option. Alright. But yeah, now we just talk to Bill, everything's good, everything's working, and then we can head back and fight Giovanni. Now then, let's fly back to Viridian City. That is a good question. That's worth checking if we decide to use him. Well, her. Because that is always the thing to worry about with the trade evolutions. Actually, I need to set up the team for the, gym. As we're dealing with the ground gym. Realistically, we could just bring our water types again. And honestly, that might be one of the best options. Because ground is not good against water. Wubbis is not one of our pre-established ones, and this is also just economical, because it means that we don't need to level anything really much. Let's see if we can get another Babool sweep. You know what? Sure, I'll bring Jip Kip if just because they're a flying type, which means that they're actually like good, like safe against like stuff like Earthquake. I said like way too much in that sentence. So let's just real quick get these last few up. We have enough to do a little bit. Yeah, water types are everywhere. They are plentiful. Yeah, okay, level 50 is what we're looking at. So we can just get up these last few levels. There it is, first Skemp. Kip is gonna be there shortly. Drill Peck! That's nice. It's an 80, which is better than Fly, but obviously we want to keep Fly for Fly. So, because we already have Tri-Attack, I think I get rid of Rage. Yeah, no, the immunity is sort of the reason to bring Jip Kip if it's, like you say, good pivot. I mean, honestly, if we really wanted to be mean about it, given that we have just water types, they aren't gonna just, like, go for it because it's, like, the best option from, like, a type chart perspective. But I wouldn't be surprised that if any of the ground types just still go for ground type moves against us. So we could just do some bullshit of constantly pivoting. But we'll only do that if we need to. Psyduck really doesn't learn any moves. Or at the very least at this level range. Alright, we're already nearly there, because the level cap was pretty dang close to where we are. Dragon Dance! Water type, I think, is physical in this version. So, that is really nice. Can we get rid of Twister? Dragon is weird. What even is Dragon good against? Yeah, the only thing Dragon interacts with is itself and Steel. We don't need Twister. Like, there is the one thing of, like, against Lance it could be nice, but Lance is not the opponent we're, like, worried about, really, so... And we aren't really intending to bring Yamu anyways. Alright. Yep, everyone's 50. Took me a moment to just sort of process everything. I don't know why. Today's been a little wacky for me, I will admit, so... That might explain why my brain and words are sort of all over the place at times. Alright, time to reorganize this slightly so that we don't risk Skemsha's life unnecessarily. Is Is there a way to avoid all the encounters? Where does this lead? Okay, that's not the ideal route, but we are stuck here! Oh, but we can avoid him! Alright, and that's just a dead end, so we come back here. Let's see. Okay, we can get back if we go this way. Okay, we have to go through... Ugh, okay, so we can't get through him unless we go that way. This gym always is the one with, like, I feel like the weirdest routing. And we avoid this guy? No. So we're gonna have to do 2 fights, I think, on the way. Yeah, no, it actually works really well to associate the puzzles to, like, make it thematically match. It's something I honestly hadn't really considered ever. Anyways, hi Marowak, are you ready to be bubble beamed? Actually, I'm realizing Babool probably isn't the right Pokemon to lead with, just because ground versus poison ain't great. Anyways, we should be able to just one-shot these, because they're much lower level than the actual gym leader. Admittedly, because water type, it's sort of cancelled out, but... if we can resist, that would be nice. Not that it's really going to matter for this initial fight, though. Oh, an arena! A crit, okay. Just making sure we kill. The last one. We are to the point where these gym trainers are really beefy. Even if they, level-wise, are mediocre to all hell. Another crit, Jesus. That is a good question. I don't know if Babool will actually learn a better water move anytime. We might need to force them to learn it if we keep using them. I almost typed in Babool into the search bar. Alright, now we gotta fight this guy as well. What does Tentacool learn by normal level? They learn Hydro Pump at 55. Nothing else. That's the last move they learn, and the only water-type move they learn other than that is Bubble Beam. That is insane. What about Tentacool? Does Tentacool get better moves for some reason? Like, before evolution, and we just got bad luck? Yeah, no, the Elite Four we are going to set up as much as possible for. It's what we've been saving our TMs for. Because I don't like to use the TMs, like, early game, because it's so easy to just lose the Pokemon that you put them onto. But we are absolutely setting up TMs and anything else we can set up right before that. We want all the advantages we can get going into Elite Four. Yeah, so the Tentacool line in Gen 3 learns Bubble Beam and then Hydro Pump, and that is the only water-type moves they learn naturally. Funnily enough, they have some Ice-type moves in their, like, egg pool, but we are not breeding. We are not doing breeding. That is not what a Nuzlocke is. Alright, now we loop back around. And realistically, things are fine enough that if we just don't lead with Babool, we should be fine. Penpy has some good stuff, I think, but let's just go for Gemu. Let's give Gyarados a moment in the sun. Because realistically, we can just Dragon Dance a few times, Rain Dance, and then Hydro Pump our way to victory. But it is time, the final gym leader. Will we have any losses? We shall see. Oh yeah, no, that Tentacruel is cool and cruel. Have so much going for them in the anime. Alright, Intimidate is going to do us some good work. Realistically, we can do some good setup. I'm just going to sort of reorganize this briefly, because realistically, Thrash is like the least likely option. So Dragon Dance, we realistically don't even need to set up that much, but I feel like it. I want to see how much power we can get onto one little guy, or big guy, or girl. Big girl. Yemu is a big girl. Anyways, they harshly lowered our speed, but we're just going to keep up in it. They're essentially offsetting our speed buffs and, in fact, lowering it in the process, but the attack is what we truly want out of this anyways, so... It means we're not just the slowest thing in the world that we're getting the speed buffs. I do find it very funny that I think the smart AI for trainers might prioritize status moves that, like, debuff your stats and stuff like that if you start doing it. I feel like they always do this shit when I try to buff my guys. I have not been counting how much we have, but it realistically should be more than enough, so I'm just going to Rain Dance and go from there. Once again, we definitely didn't need this much setup, but if they let me... Yeah, no, God, I love how Gen 2... Now they attack. How Gen 2 makes, like, the world move forward a little bit. It's so fun. I love how, the rival takes over a gym. It feels so solid to me, just, like, from a continuous storyline. That actually does lead to one thing that I've thought about, of just, like, I've thought about occasionally what it would look like if... Okay, of course we miss. Of what it would look like if Gen 3 had just tried to continue the, like, overall storyline. Because Gen 2 is more than anything else a direct sequel. And then Hoenn is not that. But it would just be sort of interesting if they did somehow have this, like, longer running storyline. Anyways, we should outspeed... No, whatever. We'll see what happens. Slash, gross. Only 20 damage. Anyways, we should one-shot. Yeah, if we can hit, we one-shot. It's just... Missing is very possible. And our speed is a little rough. And the rain stopped, which is rough. Anyways, our last Hydro Pump. And maybe Gemu dies here. Who knows? Nope. But we do get paralyzed, and I was going to swap off anyways after this. That's cool. God, I'm such a big fan of really long-running storylines that, like, actually develop their characters and keep everyone involved. Anyways, did we already kill the level 50? Oh, one of their Rhyhorns was 50. Okay, I didn't even process that. Anyways, get the fuck out of there, Gamu. Goblin is a little bit more tanky. Let's send Goblin in. Alright, good Gamu sweep for the first 4. If they hadn't missed the one Hydro Pump, they probably could have gotten it all. Right. I forgot how bad Goblin's moveset is. Like, a Psychic move is nice, but it's not... Jesus Christ. I forgot that it's a poison type, so Confusion is actually really good here. But they do have a full heal. Why did they full heal a confusion? Alright, cool. I'll take it. And with that, we've done it. Nice and easy. A little bit of a scare on the one. Yamu almost died, but we did it. And then we get the TM for Earthquake, but we already have our boy who has, or girl who has Earthquake. Yeah. Now we can leave and plan for the final rival encounter before the Elite Four. Okay. What does the rival have at their disposal for this final fight before the Elite Four? Which route is it? Where are we? What am I doing? Route 22. Okay. They got their Pidgeot, a Rhyhorn, a Gyarados, a Growlithe, an Alakazam, and they have Venusaur. Okay. So we can realistically just sort of bring our spread and they can handle it. Yeah, no, instead of being right before the Elite Four, it's just like on the path that you first get a rival battle after the initial one, like in the lab, that's optional. It's just in the same spot, which is very funny to me. Alright, let's get Zyvit back in here. Nope, that's Gensh. Bumbus. The Gorb. Let's get Zamizi in. And then we actually sort of have a solid team. Like, obviously... Oh, well, actually... Well, no. We a flying type can absolutely deal with Venusaur. Yeah, we can handle Venusaur with Jip, Kip, Ip. We can handle Alakazam with something. Growlithe is Kemch or Zyvit. Gyarados and Pidgeot can be fucked up by the Gorb. And Rhyhorn can be taken out by Skench. Yeah. No, we have some options. And then Zamizi and Fumbus are here as just backup. I think that works. We'll just want to make sure that they're leveled properly. Realistically, level caps get a little wackier and looser at this point now that we're past the gym, so I'm just going to do up to the level cap for... Oh, Zamizi does learn Sleep Powder. Okay. And they already knew Stun and Poison. I'm going to get rid of Stun. But what was I saying? I'm just going to use this rival encounter as our next level cap, and then we'll use the Elite Four. Yes, the Gorb has his moments, but when he does, they are massive. Alright. But because of Solar Beam, they just learn that naturally, Jesus. Leech Seed is so good. Leech Seed is so nice. I think I'm gonna get rid of Poison Powder. We're just gonna be relying solely on Sleep for status. Because Solar Beam is nice. If we could teach, isn't it Sunny Day that makes it turn 1 Solar Beam? If we could get that on someone, it would be really nice. Yeah, no, the Sunny Day setup is very valuable for that. I tend to not do it without that, but I'm pretty sure we might be able to do that. I might be completely mistaken. If so, we can replace that. But I was already wanting to get them a good damaging grass move anyways. Gorb gets Swift? What? Okay. Let's drop Sonic Boom. The Electrode move list is so fucking weird. Anyways, I'm leveling them to 50 rather than 53 for some reason. But 53 is our level cap for this fight. We are running out of the rare candies. We're probably going to need to restock before the Elite Four. Alright, there we are. Yeah, I might look in to see if we can get Sunny Day in here somehow. Covet. It's funny, but our setup is a little too good, I think. Ah, rollout. Nah, we have too many people with rollout. Okay. Yeah, that is a good question. I'm not sure. Okay, we actually are running out faster than I thought. Hyper Beam! Oh my god. I mean, I guess we could do Sleep Talk Hyper Beam if we wanted, but nah. The recharge on the next turn is way too rough, I think. Alright, let's get Zyvit up if we can. Yeah, we only have 3 left. Damn, okay. Did not expect to run out like this. Either way, we should be able to handle this fight and get to the Elite Four, and then I will stock up on things. Yeah, no, the off-turn plus only 5 uses just makes it really fucking rough. Anyways, I think we have the Gorb in front. Yeah, we do, which is the correct option. That is the correct choice, seeing as it should be Pidgeot first. Let's get into it. Luckily, the ones that we want to use Zyvit and Skemch on are not the highest levels. Yep, there's Pidgeot. We need to teach a better move to Gorb, though. Spark is not enough. Yeah. God, that reminds me of, as a kid, playing Gen 4 and just constantly trying to get through the Elite Four and rationing out my, oh god, I'm forgetting the name of the final evolution. The final evolution of the Chimchar line. Infernape. Rationing out my Infernape's close combats. I could not comprehend that just hitting the most powerful move was not the correct, option. So yeah, we can just send Skemch in here for this. If it's not sold at the department store, it is, something we can pick up in the, game corner at the very least, I think. Not that I necessarily want to deal with that, but I think we can pick it up there, if not already have it. We'll check our TMs in a minute. Yeah, no. Kid me did not understand strategy. I was like, but it's big damage. It hit hard. Alright, Jip Kip Ip, it's time to shine. Will you be more than just a flying bird with no wings? Alright, reorganizing these real quick. Real Peck all the way! This is his most powerful Mon. And we don't quite one-shot. Oh, growth! Would be worrying if we didn't outspeed and Drill Peck. then Gyarados. Does flying resist flying? I know the Gorb can do shit here if need be. But if we can stay in, that's just simpler. You know, flying doesn't interact with flying, so it being also a water type means Drill Peck is just good. Even if... Oh god, but the Intimidate is rough. Intimidate is really rough. It's fine. We don't need to, like, risk the Gorb's life. Rain Dance, okay. Yeah, us outspeeding and just having a really good move, even with Intimidate, just makes that way too easy. Especially when they don't attack us. Alright, Growlithe. Let's bring in... The double Intimidate is insane. That is the one very rough thing about this champion team, is, God, the sheer amount of Intimidate. Yeah, they were wasting their turns so hard. Alright. Oh no, your speed is high. Whatever will I do? Surf. Ah, okay, that was a crit. Respectable. Respectable. But now you get surfed by a Pokemon 5 levels higher. Yeah, no, definitely using Rain Dance in the actual fight would be a good move. Oh, right, the Alakazam. What? What's our best answer to this? We do have Dark on Skemch with Bite. Ha! They missed the Disable. Nice. That's good damage. If that's a low roll... If that's a low roll, then we can 2-shot. If it's not, we 3-shot. I am worried about Skemch's health a little bit, but if they keep just whiffing Disables, we don't need to worry! Okay, yeah, no, it wasn't a low roll. Yeah, no. Oh my god, our rival does not know what they're doing. They need to know some tactics. If they had Psychicked once, it might have killed us. Alright. Now, let's just real quick run back to heal, and then we can make the journey. That went quite well, all things considered. Yeah, between the nothing but Disable, the setting up Rain Dance to fuck up their own teammate, and the just otherwise wasting of turns on Gyarados, they were not tactical in the least. Alright, in which case, though, as we go forward, we can have Zamizi just be in front. Does Zamizi evolve off of a stone? I've never used Execute, so I don't remember. Yeah, no, it's a Leaf Stone. Okay, in which case, actually, before we travel, let's fly over to get a Leaf Stone. Jupkipit. Yeah. Not yet. Admittedly, this game is a bit old. It's not the newest thing in the land, but yeah, we have a few years. Alright. I'm basically thinking that we can sort of take the time to set up for the run, and then do our best to, okay, yeah, so we can't buy it from them, but do our best to win a run. My general philosophy for Nuzlocke is, I know some people will end a run if you wipe, but I find it, I honestly think, more interesting if you just go until you either give up or run out of Pokemon. So we'll do our best with our best possible attempt, and if that fails, we'll try again. There's the Leaf Stone. Just a real quick double check, though, that I'm not fucking up moves, like what we learn. We're pretty late for that, admittedly. I did already level them. Yeah, no, we've learned everything that Execute would learn, where Executor... Executor learns Egg Bomb at 31, and not much else. So, oh well, we lose a low accuracy, high damage, normal type move. Ah! Oh, that's rough. Yeah, no, there's plenty of Nuzlockers I've seen that, consider wiping just, like, if all of your Pokemon in a fight die. But I personally prefer the, all of the Pokemon at your disposal are gone. Alrighty, so, oh, I need to use the Leaf Stone. But yeah, now, as we sort of make our way through the final encounters on Victory Road and such, we can begin to sort of formulate what our new moveset and team will look like. I guess one thing worthwhile checking is there anything worthwhile catching on Route 23? We could pick up a second Mankey. Yeah, no, it's all just duplicates. There's nothing really of note there. I'm not even gonna bother picking anything up there, I think. Unless we need to on a, like, several failed attempts scenario. Alright, what is the level cap next? Because I think I'm gonna go by the logic of, rather than just going for, like, the level cap of the champion, I'm gonna go Elite Four members, like, each Elite Four member at a time. So, 54 is our next, then 56, and 58, 60, 63. Okay. So we'll just be leveling between Elite Four members and such. But we definitely will need to get my friend in here to get us a few more of those rare candies. I guess while we're here, we can consider movesets a bit more, because we can buy some TMs and such. So we got Leech Seed, Confusion, Sleep Powder, and Solar Beam. Okay. Well, I guess we should look at what, TMs we have, first and foremost. Because that is the more relevant piece. Okay. So we have Water Pulse, which isn't really better than any water-type moves we have. Calm Mind is sort of fucked up if we were to get it on a special attacker. Roar doesn't matter. Toxic is very powerful, but we don't have a poison type really anymore. Bulk Up is really nice. You could probably put that on someone. Bullet Seed is just not good. Blizzard, the accuracy is rough, but god, that damage. Giga Drain, it only has 5 uses. And then we have Solar Beam, Earthquake, Dig, Brick Break. That's a pretty good fighting type move. Double Team if we want to be silly. Shockwave should be a good replacement for Spark, because I think it is just better overall. Fire Blast is powerful, but bad accuracy and low PP. Aerial Ace is decent, but we have Drill Peck. Hormones, okay. We already have Rest on some line of fact. Steel Wing, okay. Yeah, but with the team we're going to be going into the Elite Four with, I don't think we need to replace anything that it would actually be better than. Because we got Surf on Skempt, which is 95. But yeah, so looking at things, realistically, I think Skempt is pretty well off, all things considered. Like, hypothetically, if we wanted to... Nope, wrong button. If we wanted to, we could replace, like, Rain Dance, Bite, or Protect with Hydro Pump if we just wanted an even harder hitting move. But the PP is bad, and the power of Surf is just really good on its own. So I think Skempt has a perfectly fine moveset. Zyvit is a little more all over the place, but they have the big things they need. They have Earthquake, and they have some rock moves. Is there a better rock-type move they can learn? We're in the deep planning phase here. Gonna be a moment. Okay, so Golem is what we're looking for. What do you learn, oh Golem? Right, Double Edge is at 62, so that is a very nice, like, last-minute pickup for us. That'll be literally just the champion fight. And they just naturally learn that. Rock Slide is a move tutor move. I don't know where we get that, though. And it is better than Rock Throw, just objectively. Rollout is pretty good, though. What are the numbers of Rollout by the, like, final few? Jeez, yeah, the first hit is 30 power, then it goes 60, 120, 240, 480. Dear God. Oh, is that a thing even now? I did not realize that. I did not realize that Defense Curl buffs Rollout. Huh. Oh, Rock Slide. Rock Slide is a good option. To buy, yeah. Yeah. But interestingly enough... That is weird, okay. Golem cannot learn Rock Slide through TMs. Huh. Weird. Just from Move Tutor. Either way, I think it's fine not to give it to them, because probably it's either Rock Throw or Magnitude that I'm going to replace with Double Edge once we get it anyways. And if we want to be extra funny, the other one can be replaced by Explosion when we get that. We've already established that Thumbus is really good. That's a moveset that's just solid. Gorb is the one we need to fix. Gorb is absolutely the one. But I guess, actually, rather than looking at the team we currently have, what am I doing? We need to look at the team we need. So we've discussed this a little bit. Going in order, Bruno is not first, it's Lorelei first. Lorelei is going to be one of the rougher trainers for us. All but one of their Pokemon is water type, meaning that that is more so the common denominator. So, just looking at this, I think we figured something out. Right, fighting is good against ice, which would work against all but one of her Pokemon, because all but one of her Pokemon are ice, and water doesn't interact with fighting. But the two of her Pokemon are also psychic, which would cancel that out to just be neutral. But bringing a fighting type or someone with a fighting type move, I think, is a good idea, because that just messes with ice, and the psychic ones we can have other people deal with. Realistically, either Execute or something like that, because it's Slowbro and Jinx that are the Psychics. And then... yeah, so realistically, a fighting type is the way to go for that, so either our Machop or Zohe. Zohe could be nice to bring just because Old Guard. Then we have Bruno, who has 3 fighting types and then 2 Onyxes. I mean, I think the simple answer is Zamizi with the best Psychic move we can get for them. Psychic works well against fighting. Amelie also does flying, but yeah, no, flying just also works. So if we bring Jip, Kip, Ip, these two would sort of be our Bruno fighters. But Zamizi should be able to just sweep Bruno for the grass being for the Onyxes as well. So we have sort of our mainstays for those two. And then Agatha is all poison, some ghost. So really, poison is the centerfold, which ground and psychic works good against. But for the ghost... ground and psychic aren't, like, bad against. And the only thing that we would have that is good against it is dark. So, realistically, Zamizi can do some work against the ghosts. Well, against the poisons. Admittedly, we don't want to send Zamizi in on them because Psychic is weak to Ghost. But Zyvit actually can get some work done seeing as they're all poison types. I think that'll be a Zyvit moment. That's where Zyvit will shine. And if necessary, Skemch can bite. And then Lance is 3 flying types, 2 dragon types. Well, 3 flying types, 2 pure dragon types. And then, okay. Yeah, Zyvid's gonna be the clutch. So we have to deal with a lot of dragon and a little bit of other stuff. The Gorb, or if we want to bring our Magnemite, can handle the flying. That is something worth checking. Ice Beam would be very worth it. I feel like Skemch might be able to. Let's see here. Yeah, they can learn Blizzard, Ice Beam, Hail, whichever one we want to go for. Which, Ice Beam is probably the way to go if we can get our hands on it. But the issue is, how do we get it? It's at the game corner. We'd have to buy Ice Beam. Great. That's annoying, but we can figure out what we want to do. But other than that, what's our next best option? Yeah, it's literally just Ice and Dragon. I mean, we realistically can just go, like, with our most powerful warrior and hope it works. Yeah, we could just go for, like, our most defensive option or something, which would be a Steel type, I guess? Because that's the only thing resistant to Dragon? So that could be merit for, instead of the Gorb, doing our Magnemite. I guess, yeah. Because that, yeah, I think our Magnemite is the way to go. Because, their Steel type resists Dragon, and their electric type is good against flying. They'd obliterate the Gyarados. They would obliterate... Well, they'd fuck up the Dragonite. And they could survive the Dragonair and Dragonair. And then all that would be left would be the Aerodactyl, which is weak to water, electricity, steel, rock, all that shit. So, yeah, I think our go-to for Lance will be our Magnemite, actually. I think that's the easiest option, so that we don't need to go gambling. And then the champion, our Magnemite would be able to sweep their Pidgeot. Making sure I'm looking at the right team. Yeah, would be able to swipe their Pidgeot and Gyarados. Then the Rhydon could be taken out by Skemch. Or Zamizi. The Arcanine can be taken out by Skemch. The Venusaur could be taken out by either a flying type or a fire type. And then Alakazam, we could just throw in someone tanky who can survive long enough to kill it. It's just double checking. Yeah, Psychic isn't like super effective against normal. So, okay, just making sure I got this correctly. We want Zamizi. We want Skemch. We want Zyvet. We want a fighting type for the first two, basically. Yeah, no, that is fair that Dragon is resistant. But... Yeah, we'll want to make sure we have a neutral move. But I think it's one of our better options unless we get, unless we train Blizzard to someone or get Ice Beam. But yeah, so Zyvet, Skemch, and Zamizi are all in there. We have the Gorb, which will soon be the Magnemite. We want a fighting type. And I think that was it. I think Funvis is fine to be in there. The Skemch clears them. Yeah, the Blizzard I don't want to rely on if I can help it, for that reason. The Magnemite, assuming they survive, covers them. Yeah, okay. Right, no, that's what it is. We either need to replace Funvis with our Ponyta for a fire type, or with Jip-Kip-Ip, or we just need something else to deal with Venusaur. And we really want to plan around Venusaur if we can. Oh, Venusaur is weak to Psychic, so we could throw Zamizi in. The Grass v Grass combo. Yeah, okay. So, I think we can just have Funvis as our universal wall. And then just replace Gorb with the Magnemite and Jip-Kip-Ip with a fighting type. I think that is the way to go. And then we could just sort of finalize the teams. Well, the movesets. I think those are our go-tos. Just at least based on what we have. Yeah, Zamizi is such a good pickup for us. It is sort of shocking how much Zamizi is covering us now. And here's to hoping that Zamizi does not die instantly. So, we're either getting Zoki or Tompa. Either way, we're going to need to level someone so I can handle the trading with my friend when I'm getting more rare candies. I guess it's worth doing... Or we could do Habibi. So I guess it's worth looking at movesets. Yeah, no, I'm going to keep Zabibi as safe as I possibly can. But we will need him occasionally. But Zohi is nothing but fighting moves. Cross Chop is sort of wild, but bad accuracy. Seismic Toss is the level, which ain't bad. Low Kick is funny, but probably worth getting rid of. And Karate Chop is just nice. Meanwhile, just gonna fucking move through all these. Revenge. That ain't bad. Vital Throw is interesting. Foresight we can get rid of immediately. And Seismic Toss is Seismic Toss. Yeah, realistically, I think they can learn most of the same moves, so it's probably, like, ability and stats that matter. So, I guess it's better not to look at stats here, but just at, like, what their base stats are. I think that's probably the better way to look at it. Because we're not going to have him a Chop. If we do, we're going to have him a Champ. Okay, alright. So for base stats, 90 HP, 130 attack, low speed, decent defense, and special defense. And then for Zohi, their stats are a bit more representative of what they'll have. So, healthier, worse, well, not worse attack. I need to actually compare the base stats to the base stats. Yeah, okay. So Primeape is actually less healthy, with worse attack as well, but better speed. Huh. Yeah. Where meanwhile, Zohi is basically worse HP and attack, but better speed. Admittedly, the one thing about lower speed that makes it a little, like, it doesn't make it better, but, like, makes one thing a little better, is, oh no, it was Zohi who has it. What was it? What was I? Okay, I don't know what I was looking at. Never mind. But then we have Habibi. So Habibi can't lose accuracy, Zohi can't sleep, and Guts is on, MB. What is Habibi's base stats? Yeah, that's what I was looking at. That was what I was looking for, yeah. Because low speed means that Revenge doesn't matter as much for going second, because you're already going to be going second. Not that that's, like, a reason for slow speed, it's more of consolation. Why am I looking at Habibi's moves? I want to see the stats. So Habibi is much weaker, but, well, much lower health, but has much better special defense, average speed, and the same attack as Zohi. Okay. But has a much weirder moveset. I think it might be... I think it's between Zohi or MB. And I think I might bring Zohi just because they're from the old guard. They're from the old. They're one of our firsts. They are our oldest encounter other than Skemp. Well, Skemp, rather. So with that, we just need to swap Nabuzz and the Gorb. The Gorb has done good work at times, but now they can rest. And this should be our working team as soon as we get it some good moves. The elemental punches are considered whatever their typing is. So I think fire, electricity, and I think they all would be special unless ice is physical, which it might be. That actually is a very valuable thing to consider. That might be some major value. Hitmonchan. How easily could we get Ice Punch? Because that might be the ice move we need. Because that would simplify things for us. What level are they? Because it's level 26 that they naturally learn all three of the, like, punches. 25. We naturally get this in one level. Ice Punch is special, which is rough. Oh, that's really rough. Stats-wise, that's really bad. You know, that's the unfortunate thing about Gen 3, is all of the punches are still special. Meaning that just we don't actually have as much benefit for them other than just type coverage. But it is an Ice-type move. It's really coming down to, do we think a 75 power but bad special attack stat is better than just what we have already plans-wise? It might be worth it. I think it's worth it. Just to have more coverage, make it not as reliant on one Pokemon. So, sorry Zohi, you are staying alive. Yeah, so let's do that. That works. So now, let's see, what do we currently have that we want to teach to people? Right, we wanted to teach Shockwave. Well, actually, we'll level first on Zabuzz to see what they have, just naturally. They very well might get Thunderbolt on their own. Realistically, I think the only things we'd, like, at all consider giving are, like, either Calm Mind or Bulk Up to the corresponding appropriate people. I don't see really anything else we need that we have. We need a better Grass-type move for Zamizi. What can we get for Zamizi? Teach them Bullet Seed, but Bullet Seed is sort of mediocre. Giga Drain might be the way. Yeah, I think Giga Drain's the way. But something we absolutely could do with Zamizi is teach that we could either keep Leech Seed and get rid of Solar Beam, because, yeah, I'm not that fond of Solar Beam, and we could give them Sunny Day, but how do you get Sunny Day in Gen 1, I mean? It's somewhere in the Safari Zone. No, that's fine. We can get rid of Solar Beam for a better move. But one thing we could do, given that both Grass and Psychic are special moves, is we could give them Calm Mind to just make them a beast that can just sweep things. Chlorophyll, though, is really nice with Sunny Day. Oh, that actually is probably worth it. The PP is rough, but... Okay, how much did we need Zamizi to sweep? Well, Zamizi, rather. Because Zamizi... Oh, Zamizi was gonna sweep Bruno, right? That's where we wanted Zamizi. Yeah, Zamizi is sweeping Bruno. So... No, Solar Beam has 10 PP, never mind. Okay, here's the real question. How many, ethers do we have? And PP ups, actually. That's another thing to consider. Okay, so we have 1 elixir, 2 ethers, and that's it. Okay. So we're all going to be careful with moves, but most of our Pokemon don't have low PP moves. So, actually, between Chlorophyll upping our speed in Sun, and Solar Beam being just really good in Sunny Day, that might be the move. Might be the move. Just like real quick run and get that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Rushing to the Safari Zone. Oh god, I boxed our fucking flyer. So we'll pick that up. Yeah, given that Zabizi is... one of their purposes is to sweep an entire trainer, I think it's worth it to just make it so they can Solar Beam it. Well, oh, but they're not going to want to Solar Beam everything. It's only 2 of his Pokemon that Solar Beam is actually the answer for. It's whatever the best Psychic move we can get for them is. Okay, reconsidering. Lots of reconsidering going on. Where can we get Psychic? Oh, yeah, okay, we can just get Psychic from, Mr. Psychic. So let's fly... Wait, we don't even need to fly to Saffron, it's just right here. So let's get Mr. Psychic in Saffron City to get Psychic. I think he's on the bottom right. This him? Yep. Hello, good sir. Would you give me a TM? There we go. Thank you. So that is going to replace Confusion. And then we can fly to Fuchsia. Oh no, but if we fly to Fuchsia, that's because we're wanting Sunny Day, and if we don't want... I think Calm Mind is just the better move. I think the Calm Mind plus a different, better grass move is the move. Which, weirdly enough, Giga Drain is then the option. It's very wacky, but grass is not the thing we're going to be spamming, so it's fine. Fine. So, in that case, we have Calm Mind, we have, do we have Giga Drain? We do. Giga Drain is only 5? What? Okay, reconsidering again, because we don't have any PP up, do we? Yeah, no. Never mind, I forgot how low Giga Drain has. So we pivot again! Yeah, no, absolutely the setup of Sleep Powder into either Sunny Day stuff or Calm Mind is really, really good. But, God... there's something we're trading off no matter what. Which is really annoying. Admittedly, even without Sunny Day, Solar Beam can work if they're asleep. Aw. That is technically an option. We just need to make sure we, like, sleep Solar Beam, they don't wake up immediately, and then we sleep again. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's play it the little bit riskier option so that we have more PP. So, with that, I just need to get Zamizi back in the team. And otherwise, I don't think we need too many other TMs that we don't have. Yeah, well, the Psychic is absolutely, with Stab, pretty damn good. And no, you are right. That probably is just enough on its own. We probably don't need to Calm Mind setup. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need it to fly, so, yeah, I'm just gonna pivot around here. God. Yeah, no, let's get Sunny Day so that Solar Beam can actually work well. Oh, we're inside. Yeah, no, Sunny Day, given that we have Chlorophyll, also is just nice. I am an indecisive motherfucker. Yeah, no, I think Sunny Day is probably the way to go. Alright, one moment as I plug in my iPad that I use to see what is happening on the stream and the chat. There we go. Alright. Into the Safari Zone to get an item. I have no... we need to get someone with Cut to get there. Oh my god. The shit we go through for a single TM. Yeah, I think the Sunny Day, Solar Beam with Chlorophyll for the speed boost. I believe Womp has Cut. And then Psychic and Sleep Powder should just make us good. We can open with Sleep Powder so that we can for free set up the Sunny Day and potentially just immediately kill whoever is still asleep. And then we can just Solar Beam our way to victory. Alright. / Psychic our way to victory. The one thing about Sunny Day will be that we want to be careful not to use it when we're swapping into Skemch. But other than that, we should be fine. And honestly, Sunny Day setup is nice if we teach Fire Punch as well to Habibi. Alright. I don't know specifically where this is, so honestly, I should look up more specifically. Just so that we don't waste our time here. Okay. I think I know roughly where it is. Yep, there it is. That little thing there on that outcropping. Of course, we have to run into something first. Yeah, I didn't have the map fully pulled up, but I just pulled up what the spot that the TM was in looked like. So there we have it. There's Sunny Day. We have all the moves we need to teach to our boys Amizi. Oh, hey, a leaf stone. That could have been nice. Whatever. Anyways, I'm just going to continue wandering while we have the steps and see what other things we pick up, because I think there's another TM or two in here. But with that, I don't think there's anybody else who desperately is in need of TMs. We'll see what happens once we level our foes. Oh, I missed an item there. Great. Going back. Yeah, because most of our Pokemon already have a well-set-up moveset. I think the main thing we need to worry about is what Zabuzz has. Oh, a Max Potion. That's nice. Because I do not know what Zabuzz learns normally. I guess I can pull that up. here. If we go down here, yeah, we can get stuff that we didn't before because we didn't have surf, like, actually usable. A nugget! Amazing. And I just realized we're back in the first area. We could have just popped this. There's another item. A max revive! Useless! There. Oh, something there. Another maximum. I think we got all the most important things. Yeah, we can hope for an ether, but haven't found anything yet. Just gonna... Actually, what's in here? You have anything for me? Nope, okay, never mind. And now we're to here, which we've already been to in our first time through. Realistically, we're nearly out of steps, I imagine. Yep, there we are. Alright. We picked up a few things. Nothing too crazy, but we got what we needed. But yeah, let's see. Magnemite certainly learned something. Okay, at level 50 they learn Zap Cannon, which has a horrible accuracy. And bad PP. Yeah, that... It's not, like, horrible, but its accuracy is abysmal. Otherwise, Spark is its best thing. I also forgot Spark is actually not that horrible. But... Thunderbolt would absolutely be what we want if we can get it. But it's at the game corner, so we'd have to gamble. So Spark might be what we work with. So now, I guess the main thing then to think about for Zabuzz is just a non-stab move slash a steal move if possible. They learn Metal Sound at level 1, but I don't think our Zabuzz has that. And also that is just lowering special defense, it's not an attack. That... Well, actually, oh wait, no, I'm dumb. I'm looking at just Magnemite. I need to look at, Magneton. And Magnezone was Gen 4. Presumably Magneton learns a little bit more. Or not. They learn Tri-Attack, which is a normal type move, but... not any other electric type moves. I guess the benefit of Shockwave for us would be just that it can't miss, even if it's just a little lower power. Yeah, I am shocked at the lack of steel type moves. Alright, anyways though, I think we're good to just set up and head into the final phase. So I am going to make sure we have the right team list, save the game, and then we can get my friend in here. Yep, we don't need Wumb. And Habibi. I'm thinking for Habibi, realistically, we can probably just give them like a couple fighting-type moves. Yeah, very much so. I feel like Steel Wing is sort of like the Steel-type attacking move, and a lot of Steel-types can't learn it. So, yeah, okay. Now, just going to save the game. Make sure we don't lose all that progress. And then, gonna swap over to, this camera, where we are just me, and then I can get my friend in here. It's gonna be online, and you won't hear them. Therefore, don't question it. All right. Only will take a moment. And we don't need anyone to evolve, so we just need the rare candies. Okay. All right, here we go. Realistically, we don't need too many, but I will give us a good clean amount that should guarantee us to cover the entire way. Gonna get us 3 stacks. I think that's about right. And there we have it. Everything should be correct and good now. Should have all of the necessary things. Yeah, Steel Wing is such a weird move, I feel like. Only really, I think, like, Skarmory can make good use of it by being a flying steel type. Alright. And now we can get back to it. Let's just make sure that everything worked out correctly and my friend is reliable. Yes, they are. Time for some leveling. Let's start with Habibi. Alright, so we're gonna learn a lot of moves in quick succession here. Just gonna double check Habibi's learn set to see what moves we want to prioritize. Because Ice Punch is the one we really want, and then the others are worth considering. But we want to make sure we have any fighting type moves we want, because that is why we're bringing Habibi first and foremost. Naturally, the only other moves they'll learn are Sky Uppercut, which ain't bad, but has not the best accuracy. But could hit during Fly, which is a nice thing. Mega Punch, which is a thing. I don't think we need that. Detect. And then Counter is the only other thing they learn. Okay. Yeah, I think keeping Mach Punch is just a guarantee. I'm gonna get rid of Comet Punch, and then I might replace Thunder Punch again with something else if we feel like it. But Ice Punch is the one we really want. Agility is nice, but I don't know how much we need it, but I think Pursuit is what we need even less. Both are probably going to get replaced anyways, though. And Fire Punch. This one could interact well with Zabibi for Sunny Day, because Fire plus Sunny Day is pretty nice, so I think I'm going to get rid of Agility, Just gonna have a full attacking list. And we can decide what we do with the other moves, like if we want counter. Because I think Thunder Punch is realistically the one we could get away with getting rid of, but actually, Habibi, with Thunder Punch, though he's not great with special, he could pull his weight, well, yeah, he could pull his weight pretty well in Lance between Ice and Thunder Punch. So, yeah, actually, I think we might want all of them, because they all have their circumstances. Sky Uppercut is nice, but its accuracy is rough. Mach Punch's accuracy, well, power is also rough, but the fact that it goes first and its stab helps. So I think this might be the way to go. Yeah. Sky Uppercut could have its niche use, but I think just going quick is the way. What was the level cap for this? Alright, Mega Punch, we don't need this. Multitasking while trying not to lose a move that we should have. 54 is our first level cap, okay. I'm gonna bring us all to 50, just so that we have some wiggle room going through the, victory road. Yeah, no, all of the punches can apply their corresponding statuses, which just is also really nice, because getting a stun or a freeze or a burn on, like, any scenario is just really, really nice. Yeah, and counter is also nice, but I think just guaranteeing the hit is also nice. Yeah, so I'm just going to bring anyone who isn't at 50 to 50, and we can go from there. Spark. That's the main thing we want, because it is just better than Thunder Shock. Sonic Boom is just guaranteed. We need to figure out what Nabuzz has that isn't an electric move that we want to give him. There wasn't much. I guess I can just work off of Tri-Attack. I think that's the best. So, though Supersonic can be good, its accuracy is really rough, so I'm gonna... but Thunder Shock is literally just worse Spark. Yeah, I'm getting rid of Thunder Shock. Alright. Time to speed level. And we get the evolution. Yeah, Nabuzz definitely is the most sort of jank of the movesets. What does Lock On do? Oh! Can we get Thunder? How do we get Thunder? It's in the power plant. We could do the lock-on Thunder maneuver. That would be really, really funny. I don't know how worth it is, though. Yeah, but with lock-on, we'd be able to do it. It's just a fucking setup every time, which is unfortunate. We don't need it. We don't need to be silly like that. We can just do Spark. Thunderwave and Spark will do work. Besides, it only has 5 PP. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I think it's just Gen 4, because we looked at what we could buy, and I don't think it was there. And it might have been, but I don't think it was. At least according to the thing I was just looking at, the way to get it is you can just find it. So Tri-Attack is just solid. It's 80 power, and it can burn, freeze, or paralyze. So I think I'm going to get rid of Supersonic, because Sonic Boom is nice if we just have nothing that works well against a person, and Zabuzz is somehow our best option. Alright, a few more levels for Zabuzz. There we go, that's what we'll do for now. And everyone else is at around 50, so we can now just give people the moves that we want to give them, also known as completely alter the Mizi's move list. So we decided on Sunny Day. But everybody can learn Sunny Day. Let's get rid of Leech Seed. Yeah, and realistically, it only being 5 PP shouldn't be an issue ever, because there's only 5 fights we're gonna be doing. And we have the Solar Beam set up for that now. And then Psychic. Bumbus can learn Psychic? Okay, whatever. The Mizi is the way. Replacing Confusion. The one thing I am afraid of is how little PP some of these things have, but we should be fine. I am tempted to actually replace Sonic Boom with Shockwave just to have a guaranteed hit move. Yeah, sure, why not, why not? Zabuzz, get your guaranteed hit move that is just a little weaker than Spark. Alright, I should not be relying on the speed up, it's bad for presentation. Okay. And that is that, I think. Let's just do a once-over of our team real quick. So we got Habibi, who cannot lose accuracy, has all the elemental punches plus Mach Punch. Yeah. And is a physical powerhouse more than anything, but his special attack exists. We have Zamizi, set up for Sunny Day Solar Beam with Chlorophyll to help with speed. Sleep Powder for the setup purpose, and Psychic for anything that is weak to Psychic, with good special attack. And our speed isn't amazing, but Chlorophyll helps that. Then we have Zabuzz, who has solid special attack, average everything else, cannot be one-shot with one-hit KO moves, and has just 2 electric-type moves, a Paralyze, and a Tri-Attack just as an alternative. Yeah, that is the thing about normal types, is they just can do pretty much anything. We have Fumbus as our just universal wall, the tankiest Mon we have, I'm pretty sure. Got good attack, though, nonetheless, with Body Slam as our mainstay, but if we need to rest, we can Sleep Talk, Strength, or Body Slam. Then we have Zyvet with Magnitude and Earthquake. Magnitude really only exists for if we're not wanting to waste our Earthquakes. And then Rock Throw and Rollout, with Rock Throw being replaced by Double Edge as soon as we get it. And cannot take recoil damage, which is good. And also is an absurd physical tank. Then we have Skemch, who is also pretty tanky, has Torrent, of course. Got Surf, Rain Dance, Bite, and Protect, which is just a solid set, all things considered. That is a good question. I should check what Dragon is considered. What's the best way to check? That's probably the way. Special. Dragon is special. So that means that in the special fight, Bumbus can very much work as a wall, even more than normal. Also, he can't be poisoned, which is nice. Yeah, Zabuz doesn't have the best defense, unfortunately, but you know. But Habibi is going to be really good defensively. Habibi might actually be the sleeper hit for the Lance fight. But with that, we should be able to get moving. I'm going to put Zamizi in front because he's realistically our Pokemon catcher, and we have a few Pokemon to catch. But we can finally start making our way after all this time. As I mentioned before, I'm basically just going to skip over the route before Victory Road because there's no real encounters there. And honestly, we could probably skip over Victory Road's encounter as well, unless we all die and need more Mons. Because, just to double check, I already checked Victory Road, well, the next route, rather. But Victory Road... Yeah, in Victory Road, all we could get is an Onix or a Marowak, I think. And neither of those really make sense for our team right now. So, yeah, we can just ignore both routes and make our way straight to the Indigo Plateau. Now we just have to deal with them all saying one at a time, hey, you have a badge. Very curious to see how this goes. Because though we have a pretty decent team for this, things can always go wrong. Things can always go wrong. Alright, gonna start repelling. Right. And before we go in, we're definitely gonna want to buy just like full restores, stuff like that. Because between fights we're going to need to heal. You need strength for the cave, but not Rock Smash. Rock Smash, I don't think even existed in original Gen 1, hence why we got it on the Sevi Islands. Because I think that's the only place that Rock Smash is actually relevant in Gen 1. Also known as It's Not. But yeah, no, it's not necessary in Gen 1. There might be some optional items that I'm forgetting about that you could get with it, but I don't think so. Alright. Now we just gotta push around some boulders. A slow push. Luckily, I think I know my way around Victory Road pretty well. We technically could pick up Dragon Claw if we wanted partway through here, but we have no Pokemon that would realistically use it. I don't know if we even have any Pokemon that can learn it. So, oh god damn it. Could have avoided that one, oh well. We have Zamizi in front. I really should keep Zamizi in back for them to survive for certain. But I guess we can test the power. Let's see how much a Psychic just obliterates. God, the PP on my moves for Zamizi is abysmal. Ugh, Screech. Nice! One shot. Who knew? Stab Psychic is good. Uh-oh. Swapping. Not risking a thing. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Did she have another Pokemon? She has 3 more. Jesus Christ. Another fire type, convenient. Yeah, no, that was a snipe of a, like, trainer spotting. Very much designed so, like, if you're just going on the most convenient version of the path, and they get you before you even know they're there. Wow, they really were almost entirely fire types. Works for me. Alrighty. Skemch is leveling up. Alright, then we go this way. Again! Maybe I need to go for the outer routes. Alright, do you have fire types as well? You have 5 Pokemon. Alright, let's just Psychic and see how it goes. Ugh, Pursuit. Okay. Super effective, only doing 20 damage is fine. We are very high level compared to them. Oh, Wartortle. Okay, we're in a good spot then. Fuck it, let's just Solar Beam. I don't care. I don't fear... Oh, they have Bite. Makes sense. I guess there's literally no reason not to Sunny Day into Solar Beam ever, seeing as it's a setup turn either way. That's a good thing to consider. Oh, Charmeleon, if. Probably faster than me, so I'm just gonna swap. Yeah, I went for the flamethrower, Jesus Christ. Good thing we swapped. A crit surf on a fire type, Jesus Christ. Alright, what else you got? Ivysaur. Okay. I guess I'll swap again. We don't really have a grass counter, truly. I guess? Oh no, yes we do, it's Zamizi. Zamizi just psychics poison people. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, no. And I also would have debuffed, Skemch. Anyways, let's hope I wake up quickly. At least they're doing something that is just the same type as me. Of course, we're asleep for at least 2 turns. Three turns, okay. Zamizi taking a nap. Finally. Kill this thing. There we go. And then one more. What do we got? A Charizard. Okay. We pivot back to Sketch. Oh yeah, an Ice Punch would have worked as well. Okay, that was a crit. Not fun. Anyways, Surf once and it should die. Especially if we crit. Skemch is out for blood. Alright. I'm gonna be pretty liberal about healing up between fights in here, just because I want to be careful. I'm gonna use up my, like, smaller heals. just want to make sure no accidents happen on the way. Because we are carrying our Elite Four team through Victory Road, which is actually a little stupid. Yeah, we're gonna buy so many full restores when we get to the Elite Four. That is absolutely something we need to do. Alright. Yeah, 2 crits in a row from Skemsh. Out for blood. So we got this one we need to push. That opens up one doorway. It was simultaneously the snipe and the quick turn. I'm hitting all the encounters in here, Jesus Christ. Anyways, this guy has fighting types, too bad for you. Psychic. And I outspeed already. That is sort of sad that Zamizi outspeeds Machoke. Oh, I'm absolutely outspeeding this Machoke. Zamizi is getting some work done. Zamizi is a standout. And a crit to finish it off. Get a lot of crits right just through Elite Victory Road. Hopefully we get this luck in Elite Four. Yeah, luckily, since I only upped people to 50 that were not, like, previously leveled for the rival fight, we should be fine, because 54 is the level cap for the first Elite Four, for Lorelei. So, once Zemizi levels up, we'll move on to someone else, but... Alright, Repel wore off. Where's our repels? Oh, there. Alright. I walked into that one. I just need to think before I move. They're everywhere I need to be. Yeah, no, I can understand the belief that that's what would happen, but very rarely do they have the final evolutions, it seems. So this is Psychic v Psychic. That is super effective, right? No, it's resistant. Why did I think it was super effective? Alright, let's swap. What's our anti-Psychic? It's not Habibi. I guess technically it's Zabuzz to a degree, but Zamimi also does. Well, Zamizi. So we can stay in on Zamizi realistically, because they resist Psychic and we have our own option. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna predict that, oh, they have Insomnia, what am I going? I'm gonna predict that they're just gonna keep having Psychic types, and just, Sunny Day Solar Beam. Yeah, no, very much so. The amount of trainers that, like, 3 feet in front of you can't see you has conditioned me. God damn it. Hopefully we hit through that. Anyways, we do outspeed. And I hit the Solar Beam. Presumably it one-shots, yes. Seeing as we're 12 levels higher. Alright, unfortunately, that is the last of Zamizi for safety reasons. Yeah, we can clear this fight, because he's not going to level up again in this fight. We're just going to want to make sure not to use Zamizi after this fight until we get there. Of course we hurt ourselves. It's probably going to do more than the Psychic does. Yeah, we are our own worst enemy. We got out of the confusion good. This should one-shot. It doesn't? What? That is insane. I mean, okay, Solar Beam again. Yeah, if we're getting that much XP off of these guys, we can absolutely just clear this. Ah, the sunlight faded, god damn it. I don't think Kadabra has Insomnia. Yeah, I don't understand how that is such a tanky guy. That was a Hyper Beam from a good special attack person. Like, Zamizi does not have bad special attack. I'm guessing it was just a horribly low roll plus surprisingly tanky special defense. But that is wild. That's what should happen. Another Kadabra at the same level. No, it is not permanent in Gen 3. I forget what gen it's permanent in, but not Gen 3, evidently. Alright, we keep going. We gotta loop around, though. Gonna be as careful as I can going forward. Ooh! Close one. Oh, we need that ladder. Okay. And if I remember correctly, all we need to do here is push this all the way around. It'll take a minute, because of course it will, but good to know that she's there. We'll want to keep in mind that. That's the route we need to go on once we get this in. We don't want to go down that ladder because it'll reset this. Might as well pick this up while we're here. Oh, overheat. Okay. And then we go up here, but careful so we don't trigger her. Staying to the edges. We get to here, where I think we have to fight one of these two. But we can see... Oh, no, we can. We can avoid. And then we push this in, repel wore off, okay. And then we can just drop through the hole. And then we move this rock. Once we've done this, we'll just about be out, I believe. It's honestly not that bad when you know where you need to go. Stepping to the side to avoid that, and this person I know is not a trainer. Actually, what do they teach? I'm pretty sure they teach a move. Oh, we could just get double edge here. Yeah, totally. We need to learn it naturally. Everyone can learn it. Fumbus. No, not Fumbus. Not Fumbus. Not Fumbus. Not Fumbus. We want it on Zyvit. Not that necessarily we're going to use it ever, but it's just nice. It's a big damage move that the downside he does not have. Well, she does not have, rather. Yeah. So, rock throw, goodbye. It does mean that if we want to do a rock attack, we're locked in to rollout, but I think that's fine. Yeah, the ones that don't turn, if you know where they are, can very well be avoided. You just need to sort of be smart about it. But we are here, we've made it. And we can get everyone healed up and to proper level. Buy all the full restores we need. And then we can go in. So yeah, they got full restores, and that's the only thing we care about here. Because we're not really ever doing anything else in this run, I'm just gonna buy a lot of them. Literally just like as many as we can get. This is all we'll ever need. And might as well just get rid of a few things as well. Clear out the list. I guess I could have used these before leveling people, oh well. Realistically, we don't need to worry about this too much. I'm just clearing out anything that I'm never going to use just to make things more organized. I didn't realize we had a max ether. Okay, we have one more ether than I thought. Yeah, alright. Okay. Am I forgetting anything other than leveling? I don't think so. I guess we can hand some things off to our Mons, but there's not much to give them. So 54 is what we're looking for. Careful not to over-level. A good old Screech. Nah, not worth it. And then Flumbus gets 1. And then Zyvit gets 3. Okay. We could do something really fun. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. But God, it would be funny. It's not necessary. No. Magnitude will be useful so that we have something to do in case we need to save earthquakes. The temptation is there, though. The temptation is so fucking real. We probably shouldn't. We probably shouldn't. Yeah, no. Let's not. Okay, and there we have it. We have everyone. Yep, everyone's level 54. Just gotta make sure we have the right person out in front for the first set. It's Lorelei with the ice, which I believe we determined Habibi was the way. Yeah. With the only exception being the psychics, which we will want... I I guess Skemch, because they know Bite. Or is a Buzz for the water type. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But it is time. We begin the final battles. Let's do it. Lorelei of the Elite Four. Let's hope we can manage this by just Mach punching forever. If Habibi survives this, they will have done their main goal. Hello, Dugong. Mach punch. Let's see how this does damage-wise. That is a beefy boy. Man, ice beam, gross. Don't freeze us. Okay. Yeah, so it's a 3-shot. And let's see how much Surf does. Okay. Oh, of course they full restore. Habibi does not have the tankiness for this. That's concerning. So we know how much Mach Punch does. We realistically can survive one more hit as long as it's not a crit. Would Electric... well, Thunder Punch do better? Maybe. Maybe. Let's give it a try. We know we're not going to one-shot with a Mach Punch unless we crit. Let's see how much damage this does. Nothing! God, the difference. Oh, they set up Hail. Okay. That is definitely not more on the Thunder Punch. Okay. I guess that is just the difference. But now we need to be careful. Ugh. The BB did not work out, unfortunately. Okay, let's think about this. I think Zabuzz is our next best bet. I think so. Is it? Yeah, Zabuzz resists ice. Water hurts them just fine, but they resist ice. And electric should hurt all the water types. Okay. Already a hiccup. Alright, we resist this. We don't have good special defense. And the hail is not helping. Okay. This one's low enough health. Safeguard? Okay. Let's see how much Spark does. Okay, it's enough when it's stab super effective. Alright, it's up to you, Zabuzz. Can you get through the rest of her Pokemon? We're gonna have to improvise here. Unless Zabuzz can just sweep this entire thing before the hail gets in. Sputniks! God damn it! This is concerning. That's a one-shot! Okay! I guess Cloyster isn't that, special defensive. And now Slowbro, who is a water type, so we're still good here. And it's also going to be pelted by hail. So just a little bit of chip damage. Let's see how Spark does. Okay. Well, Zabuzz is gone! Oh no. We already had our first casualty. Things aren't going good. Okay. Alright, let's think about this. Let's think about this. We have a Slowbro to kill. We have a Slowbro to kill. Then we have a Lapras and a Jinx. Slowbro could be handled by Zamizi. Yeah, Zamizi is our best bet now, seeing how Habibi is hurt. Skemch can do work if necessary with Dark-type. Jinx, our best bet is Skemch with Bite as well. And then Lapras, Zamizi is the best option as well. So we need Zamizi for Lapras, if at all possible, and they can take on Slowbro. Okay. Let's see what Skemch can do. We'll start with Skemch, try to maintain Zamizi as long as possible. Okay. And the hail stops, that's nice. Alright, Bite. I don't want Rain Dance, because that'll just buff the Water-type moves of theirs as well. Not sure how much Bite damage is gonna be, but we can see how it goes. We're relatively tanky. Ah, that's rough. But flinch! And they're no longer safeguarded. Okay, if we high roll, maybe we can get it? Lovely. God damn it. Gonna try brute force it, because we have health. Ice Punch, okay. It's not very effective, but still hurt more than I'd love it to. Of course, all of our Mons love to nap. A crit? We need those, not you. Fucking wake up, Skemch, you're dying. Don't crit again. They didn't. This is so fucking scary. Wake the fuck up. High roll. Ugh. Don't die. Don't crit. Don't crit. Don't crit. Don't crit. That's not a crit. Unless we miss, he can kill. Never mind, they have a full restore. Alright. Cool. Alright. So, definitely changing. Considering Jinx, Grass isn't innately good against them. And we have nobody else who does super effective stuff to them other than Zybit, but we don't really want Zybit in if we can help it. At least I don't think. Admittedly, Jinx is Ice Psychic rather than Water Psychic or anything like that, which is a thing, I guess. Just checking something real quick. Yeah, no, Ice is super effective against him. We don't want Zybit in there. So, I think just to be as careful as possible, Fumbus can finish them off. The spikes are rough. Hopefully the Ice Punch doesn't freeze immediately. That does good damage. That's rough. Anyways, Body Slant. Lovely! At least we have Sleep Talk. At least we have Sleep Talk. You fucking idiot. You buffoon! You do not know what you have unleashed upon this world. Attract! God damn it. Not time to fall in love, and what is happening? You're supposed to be a sleepy little guy from this. Immediate love it. This is annoying. This is so fucking annoying. Don't wake up immediately now, Fumbus. We need you asleep. What is happening? Okay, I'm predicting the sweep. What is happening? Body slam. Don't die to this ice punch, please. 9 HP. I should have rested, you're so right. Anyways, Fumbus is now too much in danger. I can't rest. I'm not fast enough. Unless the quick claw procced. But no. Zamizi. That was a mistake on my part not to rest. That grass is bad. Or poison is bad. Fuck! We lost the thing that's gonna sweep everything. This is going not very well. Okay, Zyma? For the lucky, earthquake? They resist earthquake? What is it? What are we doing? What is happening? No, they don't resist it. But they're faster, so we might just be at one shot. We get one shot.
We might lose on the first try of the first person. Can Habibi Mach punch their way to victory?
Okay. But this is the worst option for them. Mach punch. They're psychic. God damn it. Let's see how much this does. Pretty decent, but now we're dead. We're down to Fumbus and Skemch. We aim for the fucking quick claw. The spikes killed him. Anyways, we lose here. Lots of bite kills and we outspeed, and then we have a whole-ass Lapras to deal with 2 health. Not looking good! I don't think we can sweep all the Elite Four with Skemch. Oh my god. Okay. Just fucking surf. They have Water Absorb. And they have Ice Beam. We lost. Everything went wrong! I said something could go wrong. I said everything could fall apart. Don't bother healing them. They're dead. Okay. We need to replan this. There were some poor decisions on my part in there, but also just some horrible luck. So, recreating as much of this as we can. You can pull Zoki in to replace Habibi. We gotta move on. We can get the Gorb in to replace Nibuzz. We have lots of options for water type. Duvant works as a ground type, but is so fucking weak. Yamu could be good. Yamu is just really good. Let's take Yamu. Jip Tip Ip can be another option for Lorelei, among other things. Lorelei and the fighting types. That's what Jip Tip Ip can be used for. What does Roiv even learn? What does a Tangela learn? Golduck for Psychic, I guess, but we can't get Psychic because we used the TM. Unless it just naturally learns it, but it's already pretty leveled. I'll check, though. Golduck can't learn Psychic even through TMs. Golduck is worthless. Anyways, Tangela. What does Tangela learn? You also can't get Tangrowth because that's Gen 4, so we'd just be going off of Tangela. You learn Mega Drain, Vine Whip, Stun Spore, not much else really. We could teach them Solar Beam, but we already use Sunny Day, and they don't learn Sunny Day. Okay. Well, right, okay. So, Ruzohi and Jip Kip Hip, we have people who can, let's just clear these out, who can, hopefully, together, defeat Lorelei. The water types are defeated by the flying type, and the fighting type beats the ice types. Okay. And then we have Yamu as water flying as well. What did we set them up with? Dragon Dance and Hydro Pump. Right. So if Yamu can survive long enough to set up, they can obliterate things. They could just sweep a team if necessary. But they're water entirely. What does a Penpea learn? They could hypothetically be more versatile than Gyarados in this case. Because I think Seadra might learn a Dragon-type move or two. Not that that's, like, the biggest concern. Yeah, they learn Twister and Dragon Dance, but Dragon Dance is only at 62. Also, what the hell? Why did I even bother with the Dragon Dance? Water is fucking special. Dragon Dance doesn't do anything. Yeah, I think maybe. Let's double check. I forget if it's Gen 2 or 4 that Kingdra came in. Gen 2! Gen 2. And that is a Water Dragon type. Which is something. Certainly something. What do they learn? The same things. They're the same. And they can't even learn Dragon Claw, so Dragon Claw wouldn't be worthwhile as a pickup. Meaning that Twister would be their Dragon-type move, and Surf would be their Water-type move, unless we went for Hydro Pump, but yeah. Okay. I think because of stuff like Intimidate, Gemu is really good. It's just we might want to, because Dragon Dance doesn't actually really do anything for Gemu, given that it's special. Oh, that is the thing though. 80 special attack, what's the special attack of our others? 100. I was thinking Ponytail would be a good, selection. And Wubis is not leveled, but it seems like special attack is their worst stat. So, it could actually be worth a Penpy just for, also Poison's on Contact, which is nice. Just for the better stat. Intimidation Tactics are nice. I think Intimidation Tactics beat out slightly better attack. Well, special attack. But I think we can bring Pontoni, because that's just fire. And then, what are we missing? What are we missing? So we have two Mons that can deal with Water/Ice, being Zohian, Jip, Kip, Ip, and Lapras. Well, so Lapras, Dugong, Cloyster can be handled by them, ideally. The Gorb can pick up Slack if necessary and also deal with Slowbro, who is, Water Psychic. And then Jinx can be handled by, Pontoni, as Ice. And then Bruno is fighting, and Rock Ground is everything he has. So Gemu actually can work well against the fighting types, being a flying type. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. I believe they would be. Because they're normal flying, but normal doesn't interact with ice. Yeah. So, we want to avoid using Jip Kip Ip actually in that fight. So, if Jip Kip Ip doesn't have a use case in other fights, we might just drop them. But Jip Kip Ip and Gemu both have use case against the fighting types in Bruno, with the Onyxes being defeated by Gemu as well. Agatha has poison almost well, all of her Pokemon are poison, they just also have other types. Which, if we brought Tuvaunt along with us, they could resist that pretty well and fuck it up pretty well with Earthquake. Except for the fact that Gengar and Haunter and Golbat's a flying type, and then Gengar and Haunter have Levitate, or at least should. So Earthquake and Ground-type moves don't actually work. This is rough. What types is Himimimi? Bug Poison, right? Okay. So we don't have a great answer for Agatha. We don't have a lot of Pokemon. Yeah. That's sort of what I'm worried about. It's just unfortunate because Ground would be good against Agatha's entire team if it wasn't for the fact that all but one of her team has either Levitate or Flying type. And Rock is good against Ice, but Water is dangerous. So, what is our best bet against Agatha? Do any of our mons have, like, a dark-type move? Pursuit, I guess? Yeah, I guess, sure. Oh! Does it learn that naturally, or would we have to find Shadow Ball? Let me just pull that up, because that is something that is worthwhile. We have not picked up a lot of the town encounters, because I just didn't worry about those. We could pick up an Eevee. And that could actually help us a lot. Let's see. Yeah, so they of course don't learn it naturally. At least Eevee doesn't. But they can learn it. It's in the game corner. We'd have to gamble. Okay. This is tricky. This is very tricky. The unfortunate thing here, also, not that I want to call this here, because we're literally right at the end, but it is almost midnight for me. Yeah, the Eevee Learning Bite is a good move, but it is almost midnight for me, and there's a lot of ways we could improve our team if I just gamble for an excessive amount of time off stream. So, as much as I don't want to leave it on this cliffhanger of us losing and needing to try again, I might, just between time and what we could get out of just me optimizing to all hell on my own time and then presenting what I have done, I think I might call it here. Partially also because I still need to do my dailies for Star Rail and Zenless. I didn't get around to this yet, and I have things I need to do tomorrow. So I think I might call things here, unfortunately. Yeah. Give my mind a sort of restart, let me sort of figure things out, and next time that we go about this, we can have everything set up nicely. I'll get as many TMs as I can. I'll gamble to my heart's content. I'll pick up any encounters that I feel like would be beneficial, that kind of thing. And we will get revenge on Lorelei. We shall obliterate her. She will not live to see the day. Part of me now wishes I didn't name this stream Avenging the Fallen and save that for next time, but it's fine, I'll figure something out. But yeah, so this was fun, I am continuing to greatly enjoy these streams, even if this one ended in utter tragedy. But yeah, next week, should be Star Rail 3.3's main story. That should be what I'm doing. Probably will be a similar case as usual, where I don't finish the story in one stream, but we'll see how far we get. And if we don't finish, I'll squeeze in another stream as soon as I can to finish it. And then the week after, 2 weeks from now, we will get our revenge. We shall, even if we can't beat the Elite Four, we shall get revenge on Lorelei. That is our goal. And I will make sure we are as ready as possible. I'll get us as many TMs we need, as many encounter pickups as we can, and we shall beat her. Yeah, no, that is the end of the day main thing. Though Tuesdays are the sort of go-to thing you can expect, keeping an eye out for announcements. I try to do them like a day ahead of time at the most, or the day of at the very least. And that's where you'll see if I'm doing like extra streams or anything. So with that, yeah, that is the stream, I suppose. Hope you all enjoyed. I know I did, despite the tragedy. And I hope to see you all next time. Bye-bye. Alright, and now I am just here waiting to see if my thing actually triggers on time, or if I'm just sort of sitting here and talking for a while. 'Cause who knows, maybe I am. Or maybe it just didn't work at all. We'll see. I feel like... Oh, that would explain things.